Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
High School DxD. I transmigrated into the third son of the Sitri family. Part 3. Lien watched Sona Sitri's retreating figure. Coming back to his senses, he sighed softly and muttered helplessly, "Oh, my sister really is something. Tuju Kaneko is destined to be one of the Red Dragon Emperor's harem, so how could she possibly have a crush on me?" After muttering this, he turned and headed toward the literature club. Pushing open the door, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass windows onto the wooden floor, its warmth dispelling some of his vexation. He brewed a cup of hot tea for himself and sat in a seat by the window. His fingertips traced the warm wall of the cup as he took a leisurely sip, trying to calm his complicated feelings after being teased. Just then, Elena walked over slowly with a cup of coffee and sat down gently in the seat opposite him. Her eyes held a hint of playful teasing as she said, "Lien, did Lady Sona Sitri lecture you again? You look so wilted." "I wasn't lectured." Lien set down his teacup and shook his head with an innocent expression. "My sister just had a bit of a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Elena raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued, and she leaned forward slightly to press him. "What kind of misunderstanding could leave you so troubled?" Lien lifted his teacup, took a sip of the hot tea, and then slowly said, "My sister said that when Tuju Kaneko came to return my clothes this morning, it might mean she is interested in me, or likes me. How is that even possible?" His tone was a mix of laughter and frustration as he grew more convinced. "She is Rias Grimori's servant, and besides, I haven't had much interaction with her, so how could she suddenly like me? Is it just because I helped her once last time and draped my coat over her? That's too ridiculous, it's simply impossible." Upon hearing this, Elena set down her coffee cup, a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "It might actually be possible, you know. Don't you know a saying from the human world?" "What saying?" Lien asked instinctively, his face full of confusion. "Love at first sight." Elena blinked, speaking in a serious tone. "Love at first sight." Upon hearing those four words, Lien immediately frowned, his face filled with disbelief, and his tone carried a note of resistance. "You believe in that sort of thing? How can someone fall for another person just based on one meeting? I refuse to believe it, no matter what." Watching his stubborn and completely dense demeanor, Elena couldn't help but pout playfully. "You really are an oblivious straight man, you don't understand a girl's heart at all. Get lost, I can't be bothered to talk to you. You deserve to be single. With such a handsome face and formidable strength, it's a waste that you don't understand a girl's feelings. You deserve to be single. How did I become an oblivious straight man again?" Lien looked bewildered and quickly leaned forward to ask, "Explain yourself. Where exactly do I not understand a girl's heart?" Elena's golden eyes sparkled as she lightly brushed the light blonde hair falling by her ear with her right hand, her tone filled with teasing. "If you weren't an oblivious straight man, I think you would have had a partner of your own long ago." As she spoke, she elegantly crossed her legs, her skirt swaying gently with the movement. Lien was instantly rendered speechless by this, staring at her in confusion. "What do you mean I would have a partner if I weren't an oblivious straight man? What is that supposed to mean?" Elena took a small sip of coffee, her gaze sweeping over his face, while her crossed legs swayed slightly. "Isn't it obvious? Look at the people around you, any one of them is top tier, either a noble young lady or a duke's daughter." She paused, a faint blush quietly creeping onto her cheeks, and quickly added, "Though, that doesn't include me, of course. I didn't say it included you, and besides, I've never thought of it that way." Lien spread his hands helplessly, his tone full of innocence. Upon hearing this, Elena quickly coughed twice to hide her embarrassment, her eyes darting away as she said, that's good." The coffee cup covered most of her face, perfectly hiding that increasingly obvious blush. Lowering her eyelids, she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "An oblivious straight man is just an oblivious straight man, he doesn't get it at all. Elena continued, then added, anyway, let me tell you, a girl's heart is the hardest thing to fathom. If she really likes you, you have to take responsibility. After all, when you draped your coat over her last night, you must have seen everything you shouldn't have, right? Hearing this, Lien jumped like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, hurriedly defending himself. I did not. And why are you and Lady Sona Sitri saying the same thing, as if I'm some kind of heartless cad? I'm just telling you, Elena pouted, if she actually pursues you, it would be wrong of you not to take responsibility. If you do that, I won't talk to you anymore. Lien was even more speechless, frowning as he said, what are you even talking about? Why are you acting so strange today? None of your business. Elena huffed coldly. I'm just thinking from her perspective as a girl. If a girl who has been seen by a boy asks him to take responsibility, and that boy ignores her, I feel sad for her. Seeing that she was getting more and more ridiculous, Lien quickly waved his hands. All right, enough, enough. Stop, can you just let me be alone for a while? Elena gave a soft, HMPH, and turned her face away. Not far away, the other four were hiding to the side, secretly watching the two bicker and whispering to each other. Elena is arguing with Lord Lien again, and her reaction is so intense this time. Iris said with a smile, that's because Lord Lien is such an oblivious straight man. Anyone can see that Elena is jealous, it's just Lord Lien who can't tell. The other three nodded in agreement. Yeah, Lord Lien is so smart about everything else, but when it comes to this, he is just incredibly dense. Lien watched Elena's retreating figure, his face full of helplessness and confusion, and couldn't help but mutter, what is going on? Oh, how annoying, I don't want to think about it anymore. Why does everyone misunderstand me? Although I'm handsome, it's not like everyone who sees me falls for me, right? Elena is really something too, it didn't even happen to her, so why is she angry? I completely don't understand. Calling me an oblivious straight man over and over, I'm really speechless. He irritably scratched his hair and decided to stop dwelling on these annoying matters. Fine, whatever, I'll just take a nap first. As he said this, he lay down on the nearby sofa, closed his eyes, and tried to let his chaotic thoughts settle with a short nap. At this moment, Elena, who had already walked some distance away, quietly stopped and looked back in Lien's direction, seeing him lying on the sofa resting with his eyes closed, not looking this way at all. She lightly stamped her foot, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, her tone full of playful annoyance and helplessness as she whispered, what a hopeless oblivious straight man. He can't even see such obvious feelings, honestly. HMPH, I'm so annoyed. Lien had only been dozing on the sofa for a short while, his consciousness still hovering between sleep and wakefulness, when he vaguely felt something gently pressing against him. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to brush it away. The moment his fingertips touched the object, a subtle sensation spread across his palm. It was soft, with just the right amount of warmth, incredibly delicate, and possessed a natural curve, feeling so comfortable that he subconsciously moved his fingers again. With that touch, the soft yet resilient sensation became even clearer, and Lien's sleepiness instantly vanished, causing him to snap his eyes open. He was still in the position of using her lap as a pillow, his head resting on the upper middle part of Elena's thigh. Subconsciously, he raised his gaze, first catching sight of his hand resting on a rounded, moderately soft area, and then looking up, he met Elena's flushed, crimson cheeks. The roots of her ears were burning with heat, and her golden eyes were filled with a mix of shame and anger. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if they were about to overflow with tears, as she glared down at him. Smack! A crisp slapping sound rang out. Lien felt his cheek go numb, and the force of the blow sent him stumbling, causing him to fall directly off the sofa. It wasn't until his buttocks hit the floor with a slight thud of pain that he fully regained his senses, only to realize he had been lying on Alina's lap, sleeping with his head on her knees. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you, I'm really sorry. Lien scrambled up from the floor, waving his hands in a panic, his cheeks flushed bright red, his speech stuttering. Elena covered her still hot cheeks, her chest rising and falling slightly. Her eyes held a hint of feigned anger mixed with an imperceptible trace of panic as she asked, "Well, are you satisfied now? Was that intentional?" No, absolutely not. Lien shook his head hurriedly, the motion so wide it almost hurt his neck. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have been so reckless. Elena stared at his flustered appearance, the anger in her eyes gradually dissipating, though she still pursed her lips and gave a light huff. I'll let you off this time, just as an apology for our argument earlier. If you dare do this again, I'll chop your hand off. I didn't know you were using your leg as a lap pillow for me. Lien said, looking speechless and a bit aggrieved. Who knew you'd suddenly come over to be my pillow? Anyway, this is the last time. Elena interrupted him with a coquettish scold. The blush on her cheeks hadn't fully faded, but her tone had softened significantly. After saying this, she turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eyes. The four people sitting not far away had long since grown accustomed to this scene. Thorn and Sarah exchanged glances and shook their heads lightly, their voices filled with helpless amusement. It's like this again. Lord Lien is always being disciplined by Elena. This dynamic really does feel like an old married couple. Nova, sitting on the side, hurriedly made a shush gesture to the two, pressing his fingertip to his lips and whispering a reminder, keep it down. Don't let them hear you, or you'll both be in big trouble. Just then, Ira spoke up, completely unconcerned, her tone sounding very logical. It's true, isn't it? They argue every few days and then make up inexplicably. Isn't this what humans call a married couple's quarrel ends in bed? Thorn and the others aren't wrong, either. Lord Lien and Elena have always been like this. One is a dense blockhead, and the other is too stubborn and proud for her own good. If one were just a bit more direct and the other a bit more yielding, wouldn't it all be resolved? Why be so awkward with each other? Ira was getting carried away, but she noticed the three people opposite her had stiff expressions and didn't dare to respond. She blinked, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with you guys? Why aren't you saying anything?" The three shook their heads in unison, their expressions becoming increasingly panicked. Just then, Thorn hurriedly tugged on Ira's sleeve, his voice trembling. Why you, look behind you. Ira's heart skipped a beat, and she slowly turned her head, only to see Lien and Elena standing behind her, looking as if they had been there for a while. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, symbols seemed to be floating on their foreheads, and they were staring at her with heavy, intense gazes. Ira, Lien's voice carried a dangerous calmness. What did you just say? We didn't hear clearly. Could you say it again? Elena nodded along, her eyes filled with an obvious threat. Yeah, why don't you say it again? Ira's face instantly fell, and she muttered to herself, full of helplessness, you traitors. Why didn't you tell me sooner that they were behind me? As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with a tag team assault from Lien and Elena. Though they didn't actually hit her, they each grabbed one of her ears and scolded her in rapid-fire succession. Ira grimaced in pain as her ears were tugged, but she still grumbled defiantly, "It's true though, if you two were just a bit more honest, this would have been resolved long ago." The two rolled their eyes at her, and Elena said irritably, "You still dare to talk." Lien also frowned, his tone carrying a hint of intimidation. "If you spout any more nonsense, do you believe I'll actually punish you?" Ira instantly cowered, not daring to be stubborn anymore. Lowering her head, she whispered a plea for mercy, "Lord Lien, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." After this little interlude, the six of them finally sat around the sofa in harmony, drinking tea. Lien broke the silence first and asked, "It's been almost a week since we arrived at Kuo Academy. Do you have any findings, or rather, any gains?" Ira held her teacup and said nonchalantly, "I haven't really gained anything. I feel like the human world is just that, nothing special." Thorn put down his teacup, his expression becoming more serious. "I have gained quite a bit, but I feel that the current human world is not very peaceful." "I agree with that point." Ira immediately echoed. "After all, with the fallen angels causing trouble in the shadows, it's hard to be peaceful." Sarah's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she said excitedly, "You're all talking about the current situation, so let me share my impressions. I've been wandering around the academy recently, and I find the human world quite fascinating. There are countless delicious foods and fun things. There are also all kinds of colorful clothes and little trinkets I've never seen before, every single one is interesting." Nova couldn't help but tease, "You have the most say in this, but listening to you, it sounds like you were just playing the whole time and didn't really observe anything seriously." Lien listened to everyone's comments and nodded slightly, saying seriously, "I'm relieved that you can have these feelings. At least you are already trying to integrate into this place. However, Ira, you need to observe carefully. The human world is far less boring than you imagine. And everyone, don't underestimate the strength of humans, their convictions are often far more powerful than we imagine." Lien took a sip of tea and continued with a solemn tone, "After all, we are going to stay in the human world for a long time, perhaps for a very, very long time. We must figure out the rules of this world, both the rules of conduct and the rules of life. Integrating thoroughly into this place is the only thing we can do now, and also something we must do. Of course, I don't deny that there are bad people in the human world, but we cannot paint everyone with the same brush. We must look at things objectively." Elena nodded repeatedly from the side, adding, "Yes, we must all actively integrate into this world. Just like Lien's two older sisters, Lady Sona and Lady Seraphal Leviathan. As the new Satan Leviathan, Lady Seraphal Leviathan is in charge of underworld diplomacy and has traveled through the territories of various factions all year round. Her interpersonal skills have long since reached perfection. Lady Sona is also handling things with ease at Kuo Academy and has even become the student council president. They are both models of integrating into different worlds, especially Lady Seraphal Leviathan, who can switch freely between the underworld, the human world, the heavenly realm, and others. Her diplomatic skills are impeccable. If we can't even integrate into this small human world, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for Lady Sitri? As Lien's servants, if we can't even do this small thing, it really wouldn't be justifiable." Ira curled her lip, responding with a hint of reluctance. Got it, I'll be careful." Although she said this, a strange sense of discomfort welled up in her heart. In her deep-seated perception, humans were inherently a weak and unbearable race, their lives as fleeting as morning dew. They possessed neither the innate formidable power of devils nor the aggression sufficient to intimidate others, making them truly unworthy of investing too much effort to integrate with. Thinking about having to lower her status to adapt to the world of such an inferior race, a stone seemed to block Ira's heart, making it impossible to feel at ease. Lien caught the flash of disdain and resistance on her face. His fingers, gripping the teacup, tightened slightly, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "Ira, I know what you are thinking." The sudden seriousness caused the atmosphere in the living room to freeze instantly. Ira was stunned for a moment, and when she looked up, she met Lien's eyes, which were as deep as a cold pool. They lacked their usual gentleness, leaving only an unquestionable sharpness. "But I advise you to completely let go of this prejudice." Lien's voice was not loud, but it carried a heavy weight. "Human potential is far greater than you imagine. Their faith, resilience, and even the power they erupt with in desperate situations are enough to make anyone who underestimates them pay the price." He paused, his gaze becoming even sharper. "If you continue to hold this arrogant attitude, unwilling to truly integrate here, and unwilling to face the strength of humans, then I will have to request permission from my eldest sister to dissolve our familiar contract and remove you from my list of familiars. The last sentence sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Ira shuddered, her previous reluctance instantly replaced by astonishment. Thorn, Serafal, Nova, and Elena also furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. They had been by Leon's side for a long time and had never seen him so angry over a single matter. Clearly, this time, Ira's prejudice had truly touched his bottom line. The four of them knew clearly that given Leon's status and strength, if he really wanted to dissolve his contract with Ira, there would be no need to specifically ask Serafal Leviathan for permission. He said this only to leave Ira a final shred of dignity and a stepping stone to turn over a new leaf. After all, being able to become Leon's familiar was a great honor for any devil, and no one was willing to easily lose this bond. Ira opened her mouth, her face alternating between red and white. The previous awkwardness and disdain had long since vanished, leaving only overwhelming panic and regret. She finally realized that Leon's words just now were definitely not a joke. Lien did not wait for Ira to recover from her astonishment. His tone softened slightly but still carried an irrefutable weight as he continued. Ira, have you forgotten what you were like in the beginning? As a half-devil and half-beastkin, when you were simultaneously excluded and discriminated against by both sides, that feeling of helplessness and heartache, you told me every word of that yourself, didn't you? Since your parents passed away, no one has truly cared for you. Your only grandfather also distanced himself from you as if you were an alien. Have you really forgotten all these past events? Leon's gaze fell on her face with a hint of heartache. At that time, you were beaten to the point of being on the verge of death, lying in a cold alley with no one paying attention to you. Think about it from another perspective. If I hadn't arrived in time, if I had been like other devils, ignoring your plight and letting you fend for yourself in despair, would you still have the opportunity to sit here now and judge others with contemptuous eyes? His voice added a touch of earnestness. Before judging others, first examine your own past. I do not want my familiar to become a cold, heartless existence that despises others. After all, you yourself were once a victim of prejudice and discrimination. I do not wish to see you end up as a dragon slayer who eventually becomes a dragon. If you insist on continuing like this, I can only dissolve our master-servant contract. At that time, whatever you do in the future will have nothing to do with me, but if you have truly thought it through, that is also fine. Leon's tone returned to calm, but it held a hint of helplessness. Now that you have the strength to protect yourself, you will never be bullied like you were before. Having said this, Leon's tone took a sharp turn, returning to a biting coldness with unquestionable determination. But remember one thing clearly, if after the contract is dissolved, you dare to commit evil in the name of being a familiar of the third young master of the Sitri clan, or cause wanton destruction in the human world, I will surely erase you, even if you were once my familiar. There is a saying in the human world that I will tell you now, cleaning house. This is a term specifically used for those who betray their family, betray their teachers, and commit heinous crimes. His gaze pierced Ira like an ice blade. At that time, I will also personally execute the decision to clean house. Have you thought it through? These words struck Ira's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering her speechless instantly. Countless thoughts surged in her mind. Was she really wrong? Could it be that, as Lord Lien said, she was too arrogant? Or was it that the days of being a familiar in the Sitri clan had been too comfortable, causing her to forget the taste of being excluded and hurt? Those unforgettable pains had been left behind by her unknowingly. Silence spread in the air. Ira's shoulders trembled slightly, and it took a long time for her to arduously utter a sentence, her voice carrying an undisguisable choke. Lord Lien, I was wrong. This time, I truly know I was wrong. I will never despise anyone again. Upon hearing this, Lien's expression did not loosen in the slightest. He just coldly dropped a sentence, think about it properly yourself. Hearing this from Lien, Ira opened her mouth, but the excuses and repentance that had welled up to her lips were choked off when she saw Lien's resolute back. Before she could make a sound, Lien had already turned and walked towards the lounge, his black hem sweeping through the air, leaving the room in silence. Ira froze in place, her strength seemingly drained, leaving only confusion and helplessness. Thorn and Nova exchanged a glance and slowly walked to her side. Thorn spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of a sigh. Ira, this time you have truly angered Lord Lien. His voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable seriousness. I can tell that he is not joking this time. You were indeed a bit too much. We have been in the human world for so long. You should have seen what they are like with your own eyes. Nova also followed up, his tone calm but persuasive. Humans may not have the formidable power of devils, but they are by no means as fragile as you imagine. You should have long since seen their persistence and explosive power. Thorn nodded slightly and added, you really should reflect on this, which is why Lord Lien was so angry. But to be honest, him bringing up your past in front of everyone was indeed a bit inappropriate, and it's no wonder you found it hard to accept for a moment. There was no accusation in their words, only genuine consolation, yet it made the tip of Ira's nose feel even more sore, and her eyes instantly turned red. Thorn and Nova gathered around Ira, patiently comforting her. Sarah Fall Sitri stepped forward, handed over a clean handkerchief, and said in a gentle tone, Ira, don't blame yourself too much. Lord Lien is doing this for your own good. Elena slowly stood up, her gaze falling on Ira. She didn't say a word, just let out a soft sigh, and turned to walk in the direction of the lounge where Lien had departed. In the lounge, when Elena pushed the door open, Lien was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. She skillfully took a set of brand new, exquisite white porcelain teacups from the side table. The cups were small and round, with delicate curved handles, and the pure white glaze had a warm luster, simple yet elegant. The hot water in the kettle was already prepared. The moment the boiling water was poured over the tea leaves, the rich aroma of tea permeated the room. She brewed a cup of black tea for each of them, pushed one cup in front of Lien, and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Her fingertips gently stroked the smooth rim of the cup as she asked, you were so angry today, it's not really like your usual self. Lien picked up the teacup but didn't drink, only watching the tea swirling in the cup. He responded in a calm tone, I just can't stand Ira's arrogance. Relying on the protection of the Sitri clan, she looks down on humans and despises other races. This will only bring unnecessary trouble. I must suppress her arrogance, especially her bad habit of looking down on others. After all, she was once a victim of racial prejudice herself, and I don't want her to become the dragon slayer who eventually becomes the dragon. Hearing this, Elena took a gentle sip of the black tea. As the warm tea slid down her throat, she nodded slowly. You're right. Ira's personality really needs to change. On a smaller scale, it will affect her social life, and her path will become narrower and narrower. On a larger scale, her words and actions represent the face of the Sitri clan. If her arrogance causes trouble, it will damage the reputation of the entire Sitri clan. Lien heard Elena's words and added indifferently, the reputation of the Sitri clan is secondary. After all, I don't believe that a mere subordinate could shake the foundation of our Sitri clan. We are high-class devil nobility, after all. It's understandable if an arrogant subordinate appears occasionally. Besides, with the strength of the Sitri clan, we can easily handle it. Elena raised an eyebrow, put down her teacup, and replied, that's true. With the deep foundation of the Sitri clan, how could its reputation be damaged by a single subordinate? You were so furious, there must be deeper thoughts behind it, right? Lien put down the teacup, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim, and spoke in a flat, straightforward tone. I don't have any deeper thoughts. I just said what I wanted to say, exactly as it is. Nothing more, nothing less. He paused, his eyes darkening, and continued, whether she listens or acts on it can be set aside for now. Taking a step back, if she truly insists on being this way and remains obstinate, I will truly dissolve the contract with her. After all, I don't want to be followed around all day by someone who looks down on others. That would be quite embarrassing for me. Elena listened to his hypocritical words and couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow. Lien, you really aren't honest enough. This is just your superficial explanation. How could your deeper thoughts be so simple? You definitely have other considerations in mind. You look easygoing, and it's easy for you to deceive others or yourself, but you can't fool me that easily. Lien glanced at her, shook his head helplessly, but a faint arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh my, it seems you know me best. Indeed, I saved her life, and now that she has become my subordinate, I naturally have to take responsibility. What I need to do is teach her well, let her truly integrate into this place, rather than going around offending people with all her arrogance and bad habits. Of course, a certain amount of pride is not intolerable. Wouldn't it have been better to be this honest sooner? Elena glanced at him with a smile. You had to make me point it out. Lien shook his head helplessly and muttered in a low voice, I really don't know what I was thinking back then, saving you and turning you into a devil. If I had known you were so good at reading people, I wouldn't have bothered. Hearing this, Elena's smile deepened. She picked up the teacup, took a sip of black tea, and said slowly, I'll bet with you. Even if it happened all over again, you would still save me. Do you believe it? Lien was completely defeated. He spread his hands, laughing helplessly. Fine, 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 I surrender, I surrender. Elena looked at Lien in his surrendering pose and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes curving into crescents. You're always like this. Lien raised an eyebrow and retorted dismissively, that line should clearly be said by me to you. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on the teacup in his hand, and he asked casually, where did this set of cups come from? Elena's hand holding the teacup paused, and a hint of a smile rippled in her eyes. Knowing you liked this style, I prepared it before coming to Kuo Academy. Who knew it would be sitting here for so long, and you hardly stepped into the lounge a few times. Isn't that the truth? Lien chuckled, his tone filled with a bit of emotion. If it weren't for today's incident, this set of cups would probably still be left gathering dust. At least you have good taste. Elena huffed, but then heard Lien immediately say softly, you're still the most thoughtful. Hearing this, Elena rolled her eyes at him and said indignantly, you only just realized. I didn't just realize it now. Lien put down the teacup, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness. After all, you are my most capable assistant, and even more so, my most trusted subordinate. Elena's cheeks instantly flushed with a faint red. Her fingertips clutching the rim of the cup tightened slightly, and she asked in a low voice, Am I really your most capable subordinate? Lien didn't hesitate to break into a smile, his tone firm yet with a hint of teasing. Of course. You are not only my most prized queen, but also a queen who possesses both wisdom and beauty. To have a queen like you, I've really struck gold. These words, to Elena's ears, were far from simple praise, they were clearly blatant flirting, causing her earlobes to turn a little red. But at this moment, Lien hadn't realized that his casual compliment had already thrown Elena's heart into a chaotic mess. He stood up, completely oblivious, and said indifferently, all right, come with me for a walk. Elena, who was trapped in chaotic thoughts, froze in place, watching helplessly as Lien slowly walked out of the lounge. Only then did she snap back to reality, pouting indignantly, and muttered, every time it's like this, teasing someone until they're restless, and then turning around without a follow-up. Seriously. After muttering, she still quickly followed Lien's footsteps and left the lounge together. Lien, Sitri and Elena walked out of the lounge in the literature club's activity room side by side. Their footsteps fell on the activity room floor, light and clear. The air in the activity room still held the mellow aroma of black tea, as well as a lingering awkwardness from the argument just moments ago. Both of their gazes swept over the corner simultaneously. Ira was still sitting in the same spot, her back rigid, head bowed low, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the hem of her clothes. She looked like a silent statue, not saying a word. Lien Sitri's steps did not falter in the slightest. His gaze swept straight past her without lingering for even a second, and he walked directly toward the door of the activity room. Elena followed closely behind him, also remaining silent, though she let out a very soft sigh as she passed Ira. That sigh quickly dissipated into the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the activity room, Lien Sitri stopped. Without turning his head, he raised his voice, his tone indifferent as it rang clearly into the room. That's enough. Go do what you need to do. If there's something you need to think over properly, then do so. Elena and I are going to help out at the student council. With those words spoken, he turned and strode away, taking Elena with him without looking back. In the activity room, only Ira remained. Not until the sound of their footsteps had completely vanished at the end of the hallway did she slowly raise her head, her hollow gaze landing on the closed door of the lounge. Lien Sitri's words from just moments ago were like a stone thrown violently into the silent lake of her heart, stirring her thoughts into turmoil. Had she really done something wrong? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. She sat there in a daze, her mind in chaos. What was she like originally? It seemed she had truly forgotten. Had she lived for too long without bullying or discrimination, long enough to forget the person she used to be, how she had struggled to survive amidst the contempt of certain pure-blooded devils and the yokai race. That pain and helplessness of being looked down upon and trampled on rose in her heart like a tide, a sharp, dense ache drilling into her limbs. Yet, who could truly understand this pain? Ira curled her fingers, her knuckles turning white, her heart filled with complex emotions. So, she had unknowingly become the very type of person she once hated the most. Her thoughts churned, and in a trance, she fell back into that dark, sunless past. Painful memories exploded in her mind uncontrollably. The scenes of being discriminated against, looked down upon, and having others point at her spine and curse her as an outcast. The embarrassment and awkwardness of hitting walls on both sides between the yokai and the devils, unable to please either. They played out before her eyes like a revolving lantern. In her memories, ever since her parents passed away, she had become an orphan with no one to care for her. Her only grandfather viewed her as a stain on the family and an outcast, avoiding her at all costs. Only when her grandmother was alive could she grasp a tiny bit of warmth from that limited kindness. But with her grandmother's passing, even that meager light was completely extinguished, and with it, the last trace of warmth vanished from her life. The fragments of the past intertwined with the stinging reality, finally crushing her taut nerves. Ira could no longer hold back. She covered her face tightly with both hands, suppressed sobs spilling out from between her fingers, eventually turning into heart-wrenching, painful crying. As she cried, her eyelids gradually grew heavy, her consciousness sinking bit by bit, until she finally curled up on the sofa and slowly fell asleep. In her dream, Ira returned to that distant time. The scenes of her father and mother being alive were as clear as if they were right before her eyes, filled with harmonious and warm happiness. Her father was a devil who had once been seriously injured and unconscious in an accident, only to be saved and brought home to be cared for by her passing mother. Spending their days together, feelings grew between them, and not long after, she was born. At first, the days were stable and sweet, but this happiness ultimately could not withstand the barriers between races. At that time, the barriers between the major races were strict and they were opposed to each other. The union of a devil and another race was already a taboo, let alone giving birth to a half-breed like her. The yokai and devil tribes all came forward to oppose it, condemning their actions as contrary to common sense. Even so, her parents bore heavy pressure and moved with her to a secluded place, raising her with affection until she was about 10 years old. Later, the flames of war between the devils and the yokai ignited again, and the smoke of war swept across the entire land. Her parents were forcibly conscripted by their respective tribes, eventually facing each other with weapons on the battlefield. On one side were the kin of their own blood, and on the other was the beloved they had spent many years with. Neither was willing to hurt the other, and in the end, they could only choose to end this involuntary confrontation by taking their own lives. Leaving only young Ira, abandoned all alone in this turbulent world. Later, a desperate Ira was taken home by her grandmother. Her grandmother had always been very gentle with her and loved her granddaughter, treating her as her own, simply because the look in her eyes was exactly like her son who had passed away early. However, her grandfather at home was a thorough pure-blood supremacist who rejected her half-breed status from the bottom of his heart and always treated her with a cold face. Her maternal grandparents on the yokai side were even more non-existent. From beginning to end, they never visited her once, as if they had never had such a descendant of their bloodline. After her grandmother passed away, Ira's life fell completely into the abyss. Her grandfather's attitude toward her became increasingly worse. Beatings and scoldings were a daily occurrence, and in the end, he even ruthlessly drove her out of the house. Wandering the streets, Ira was starving and on the verge of death. Just as she was about to give up, it was Sitri who saved her. Sitri used 2 pawn pieces to reincarnate her as a devil and took her in as his subordinate. Only then did her life finally have a turning point. But that sycophantic grandfather of hers, later seeing that she had climbed up to the Sitri clan, actually had thoughts of taking her back into the family. To this, Sitri only coldly refused. His own subordinate did not need to be commented on by others, and he certainly would not trust her to such a snobbish person. It was precisely because of this that Ira had been able to live securely in the Sitri clan until now. Her thoughts were cut off here. The world in the dream was pure white, so vast that no edges could be seen. In this silence, 2 familiar voices drifted gently into Ira's ears, and immediately after, the figures of a man and a woman walked slowly out of the white light. The man had black and white hair, and the woman's hair tips were dyed a gentle blue. They were none other than Ira's parents. Her father was the first to curve his lips, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze brushing past her ears. Our Ira has finally grown up. Her mother immediately chimed in from the side, her tone full of pride. That goes without saying, our Ira is the strongest child. She paused, reached out to gently stroke the top of Ira's head, and her eyes held a bit more soft admonition. But, don't transfer the hatred in your heart to others, learn to accept your current life properly. Let the past be the past. Her father nodded along, his eyes filled with an unmelting warmth. That's right, our Ira is the strongest and the bravest. Because you will always be our proudest daughter. As the words fell, both of them opened their arms simultaneously and pulled Ira into their embrace. Buried in the warm embrace of her parents, the grievances she had accumulated for so long instantly broke through her defenses, and she began to cry loudly, as if she wanted to vent all the forbearance and bitterness of these years. In her dream, in front of her parents, she finally didn't have to pretend to be strong anymore, and could finally cry without reservation, like a real child. Ira buried herself in her parents' warm embrace, and only after crying enough did she gradually stop sobbing. She looked up, her eyes red, but she couldn't help but chatter on about her experiences over the years, from the displacement after being kicked out by her grandfather, to the turning point of being saved by Lien and reincarnated as a devil with 2 pawn pieces, and finally to the stable life after becoming a retainer of the 3rd young master of the Sitri clan. She talked about her transformation, about how she went from being full of resentment and covered in thorns, to slowly learning to let down her guard and trying to integrate into her new life, bit by bit. Those fragmented, warm daily routines flowed from her lips, and even the tear stains at the corners of her eyes were tinged with a touch of gentleness. Her parents listened quietly without interrupting, only exchanging smiles from time to time, their eyes full of gratification and tenderness. That gentle gaze fell upon Ira, like the warmest light of spring, quietly dispelling the last bit of gloom in her heart. For Ira, this was already a great comfort. She knew clearly that this was just a dream, knew clearly that the warmth before her was nothing but an illusory bubble, yet she still sincerely hoped that this dream could last a little longer, just a little longer. Even if it meant staying frozen in this moment forever, even if it meant drowning in this false land of gentleness from now on, she would be willing. Just as Ira was talking incessantly, wanting to pour out everything from these past years all at once, her father suddenly reached out, gently rubbed her hair, and interrupted her gently. All right, Ira, it's time for us to go. His voice remained gentle, yet carried a hint of unquestionable certainty. You should go back too, return to the side of your companions, return to that Lord Lien you mentioned. Since he saved you and reincarnated you as his retainer, you must fulfill the duties of a retainer and protect him well. Her mother also nodded gently from the side, her eyes full of expectation. That's right, I believe in our little Ira. No, it should be the grown-up Ira now. She paused, reaching out to wipe away the new tear sliding from the corner of Ira's eye, her tone soft yet solemn. We believe you can distinguish between gratitude and grudges. But Mom wants to tell you one thing. Don't let hatred blind you. For those who are not good to you, heaven will naturally give them the punishment they deserve. You don't need to become like them just for the sake of those who disparage you. Just live your own life well and fulfill your own responsibilities, that is enough. Her father looked at her, his eyes filled with reluctance, his voice as light as a breeze. All right, Ira, our time is running out. Let's say goodbye here. We are truly happy to see you again. My little Ira, goodbye, goodbye. The two gentle figures gradually became transparent with the sound of their voices, as if slowly swallowed by the vast white mist, drifting away bit by bit into the distance. Ira's tears instantly welled up and spilled over. She reached out, wanting to grab those two figures that were about to dissipate, a choked cry spilling from her throat. Father. Mother. Don't go. Please don't go. In the real world, the corner of Ira's eye still held undried tears, her eyelashes trembling as she slowly woke from that dream filled with warmth and sorrow. As soon as she opened her hazy eyes, she bumped into a familiar gaze. Lien was standing quietly by the sofa, his fingertips nonchalantly rubbing a black chess piece, his expression still indifferent, though a hint of imperceptible scrutiny was hidden in the depths of his eyes. Elena stood by his side, holding a cup of hot tea that was still steaming. Seeing her wake up, her soft brows and eyes instantly rippled with a faint smile. Thorn was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his face devoid of any extra expression, just glancing at her indifferently. Nova was sitting on a chair not far away, flipping through an old book. Hearing the movement, he looked up, his gaze carrying a hint of understanding. Serafal was standing on tiptoe next to Nova, curiously leaning her head to examine the newly awakened her, a faint dimple still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Sensing Ira's gaze, several of them stopped their actions, and for a moment, a quiet warmth permeated the air. No one spoke to break the silence. Seeing everyone, Ira immediately wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this time, Thorn spoke up teasingly. Why are you wiping them? We already saw it. We saw you crying long ago, crying in your dream. Did you dream of something good? Serafal also hurriedly chimed in, shaking her head as she leaned in. Yeah, tell us about it. Lien, who was to the side, spoke indifferently, his tone devoid of much emotion. It looks like you've already figured out what you should do. Elena glared at him with annoyance and chided. Lien, can't you be a little more considerate? She just woke up, and you're asking her that. You don't know how to treat a girl gently at all. Lien waved his hand helplessly and compromised. All right, it's my fault for not being considerate. You guys continue, I'll speak after you're done, okay? Watching this scene of everyone teasing each other, Ira couldn't help but laugh out loud, but the smile quickly faded, and her expression became solemn once again. She looked up at Lien, her tone incomparably firm. Lord Lien, I have decided. From now on, I will completely integrate into the human world. I will never discriminate against humans again, and I will never do anything to embarrass you or the Sitri clan. I want to stand tall as a retainer of the third young master of the Sitri clan, and stand tall as a pawn. I hereby solemnly renew my oath. I, Ira Cole, will forever follow Lord Lien Sitri. I will integrate well into this world and will never do anything that would damage the reputation of the Sitri clan and Lord Lien. I will earnestly learn everything about the human world, respect every life, respect every race, and live my own life well. Therefore, I hereby swear this oath. She paused, slightly lowering her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. Also, Lord Lien, and everyone present, I am truly sorry. These past few days, I have made you all worry about me constantly. Hearing this, the other four laughed in unison and waved their hands. Not at all, we are companions, after all. Thorn didn't forget to add. If anything, it's just that Lord Lien is too strict on a daily basis. Lien heard this, coughed twice, and said with feigned seriousness, "What? Could it be that I've been too good to you all, allowing you to climb up the pole and forget even the distinction between master and servant?" Everyone didn't take his words to heart, but instead replied in unison, "That's just how it is, Lord Lien." For a while, teasing remarks rose and fell. Ira looked at this scene before her and couldn't help but laugh out loud again, her laughter light and genuine. Soon, everyone else followed suit, and a warm atmosphere permeated the room. Lien shook his head helplessly, though a hint of an imperceptible smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. All right, it's so late, time to go back and rest. The five of them replied in unison, "Yes, Lord Lien." Early the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, Lien Sitri opened his eyes. He hadn't woken up this early for his routine morning exercise, but rather because a heavy question was weighing on his mind. Would his transmigration disrupt the timeline of this world, or perhaps even trigger unforeseen variables? He rose silently, stretched, and habitually called out in his mind, "System, system. Great system." The next second, a crisp yet somewhat lazy mechanical girl's voice rang in his mind, "My dear host, it's such a beautiful morning, and instead of showing concern for your two sisters, you wake up just to bother this system. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Could you please show some respect to your one and only system? Otherwise, I might really run away. Then you'll be all alone. Oh wait, you still have your two dearest sisters to keep you company." The girl's voice paused, then added with a playful tone, "Oh, I see. Host, do you regret binding with me and want to unbind? It's not impossible to unbind, but you know, once you unbind, you'll explode on the spot." Upon hearing this, several black lines slid down Lien Sitri's forehead, and he felt speechless. He rubbed his temple and retorted in his mind, "Can you please let me finish what I'm saying first? Great system." He had initially wanted to call it Big Sister, but the words were choked back just as they reached his lips. He pivoted and softened his tone, adding, "Beauty." This beauty clearly hit the mark with the system. The laziness in its mechanical voice vanished, replaced by a touch of Sunere pride. HMPH, since you know how to talk, this beauty will listen to what you have to say. What do you want to ask? Speak, my host. Lien Sitri frowned slightly and finally posed his question. I remember in the original plot, only humans had the potential to awaken sacred gears. But I'm a purebred devil. Why would you issue me a sacred gear, and how is it perfectly compatible? More importantly, how did you modify things so that the entire worldview could accommodate the existence of my sacred gear? The system snorted impatiently. Who is this system? You read plenty of novels back on Blue Star, didn't you? Have you ever seen a system that dared to exist without having some capabilities? You silly host. It paused, its tone filled with pride. As for how I modified it, that's a system secret. We systems have our own unique methods, you don't need to worry about that. When it came to the matter of lineage, the system's voice suddenly became more serious. You don't need to worry about the lineage issue you're concerned about. You are a purebred devil, the pure-blooded third young master of the Sitri family, not some adopted child or half-breed like you see in those Blue Star novels. This is absolutely true, you can rest assured and shouldn't belittle yourself. Its tone shifted, and the system returned to its teasing manner. Just go ahead and accept the affection of your two sisters, or do as you fantasized back on Blue Star and think about having a harem, my host. What harem? Lien Sitri roared in his mind, his face covered in black lines. That's complete nonsense. I am a decent gentleman. The system ruthlessly poked holes in his claim. Oh, really? Then why are all 5 of your peerage members girls? Of course, I won't deny that it was my guidance that led you to them, but you could have chosen not to accept them, couldn't you? Lien Sitri was completely speechless and didn't know how to communicate with this system anymore. In other people's novels, systems were capable assistants helping their hosts grow, but his system was clearly an expert at roasting its master. He couldn't stand the system's roasting ability anymore and quickly changed the subject. Enough, let's talk about serious business. How much emotion value do I have now? And what can you do after your upgrade? Tell me in detail. The system finally put away its teasing tone and answered seriously. This upgrade was mainly to allow the host to obtain emotion value more efficiently. After the upgrade, it can directly double your physical fitness, which would be about on par with your second sister's strength level. However, this will exhaust all your emotion value. Are you sure you want to do this? It paused and continued. Additionally, the shop has been updated. You can now exchange for Tears of Phoenix, as well as various auxiliary enhancement potions, including those for strengthening the physique and replenishing magic power. Don't worry, these items have been adapted to the world's rules and won't disrupt the balance of this worldview. After listening, Lien Sitri rolled his eyes. You were dormant for 3 whole days for this upgrade, and this is all you came up with. The system scoffed dismissively. If I upgraded too many functions at once, it would only lead to an imbalance in the world's rules. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. As soon as it finished speaking, a palm-sized system avatar appeared in Lien Sitri's mind, triumphantly shaking a bottle of crystal-clear potion. Lien Sitri stared at the 4 big characters, Charm Potion, on the bottle and instantly saw through the system's little scheme, asking impatiently, System, where did you get this thing from? The system curled its lips playfully. Only 1 bottle, genuine and authentic. Produced by the system, it must be a boutique product. It's not the first time you've heard that, so rest assured. Lien Sitri curled his lip and waved his hand in disgust. I don't need this thing. I'm so handsome myself, why would I need to rely on a potion? Go away. Lien Sitri composed himself and returned to the main topic. Speaking of serious matters, me, a purebred devil, possessing a sacred gear, doesn't that seem strange no matter how you look at it? The system replied, it is indeed strange. But you can rest assured, this system has already rationalized all these inconsistencies. If there really is a slip-up, this system will take care of it personally, so you can put your heart at ease. Besides, you rarely use your sacred gear right now, don't you? There's no need to worry about this at all. Upon hearing this, Lien Sitri felt that the system's words made some sense, so he stopped dwelling on the issue and asked instead, you just said that if I spend all my emotion value and universal points, I could possess strength rivaling my second sister. Is that true? Absolutely true, the system gave a definite answer. You've always been frugal, and the points you've saved up over such a long time are already quite considerable. Plus, with the various resources you've accumulated bit by bit, it's more than enough to support this upgrade. Lien Sitri, however, shook his head. Forget it. If my strength increases too quickly, it's bound to arouse suspicion. Let's put this matter on hold. I'll tell you when I need it. Alright, system, you go back to sleep. The system snorted impatiently. When you need me, It's great system, system beauty, and when you don't, it's just system. You are such a realistic host. Forget it, this system is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. You just continue to slack off and earn your emotion value. Bye bye. Lien heard the system say it was saying goodbye, so he hurriedly interrupted. Wait a second, wait a second. Great system, I was wrong, I have one more question. The system's voice instantly took on a hint of impatience. What other question? Ask quickly. It's already fully bright outside now. If you don't hurry, your dear sister is going to arrive. Lien immediately switched to an ingratiating tone, his speaking speed increasing slightly. Alright, I'll ask right now. I definitely won't disturb you, great system. You just said you would take action when the time comes. How do you plan to do that? Can you give me a hint? After all, in this human world, I'm still a bit nervous. Even though my strength is sufficient, if this matter were known by high-ranking devils from other clans, they would definitely investigate it to the end. A pure-blooded devil actually being able to use a sacred gear would definitely attract the wariness of various factions. Even if the Sitri clan is powerful, it couldn't withstand the gossip of the masses, right? You have to give me a definitive answer so I can be prepared. The system merely scoffed disdainfully, its tone light and airy. When the time comes, this system will naturally take action, in a way you wouldn't expect. Rest assured, my host. Bye. Before Lien could even digest this sentence, the palm-sized system avatar vanished from his mind without a trace. Lien sighed helplessly, leaning against the headboard to rub his brow. Since the system had said so, there was nothing for him to obsess over. Moreover, up until now, there was no need for him to expose his strength, and it hadn't reached the point where he needed to use the sacred gear. Thinking this way, his suspended heart finally settled. He picked up the phone on the nightstand and checked it. It was already 7 a.m. He then got up to prepare to wash up. Just as he finished squeezing toothpaste and put the toothbrush into his mouth, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was a video call notification. Holding the toothbrush in his mouth, Lien pulled out his phone with a puzzled look and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who is this, calling to disturb people so early in the morning? When he saw the name on the screen, Sister, he hurriedly pressed the answer button. As soon as the video connected, Sarafal Sitri's crisp and sweet voice came through. My dear little brother, are you awake? Lien hurriedly brought his face close to the camera, still holding the toothbrush in his mouth, his speech slurred. Awake, I'm brushing my teeth. Sarafal Sitri looked at her little brother with puffed out cheeks on the screen, unable to help but curl her lips, her tone full of admiration. Oh my dear little brother is so handsome even when brushing his teeth, he's simply going to make his sister swoon. Sister. Several black lines instantly appeared on Lien's forehead as he retorted in a slurred voice. You don't have to be so exaggerated so early in the morning, right? But Sarafal Sitri seemed to not hear him at all, and continued to smile as she said, Ren-kun, you must do your best today too. You should meet more people at school, make more interesting friends, and encounter more fun things. Lien really couldn't take it anymore, his slurred voice filled with a bit of helplessness. Sister. What exactly are you trying to say? Seeing her little brother getting riled up, Sarafal Sitri laughed even more happily, her eyes curving as she teased, here it is, the riled up Ren-kun is truly the cutest. Lien was long accustomed to his older sister's antics. He had originally thought that after coming to the human world, his sister would be exhausted from clan affairs and wouldn't have much time to manage him, which would allow him to have some ease. After all, back home, his sister would directly barge into his room and pull off his covers to wake him up. He hadn't expected that after leaving home, she would actually switch to this method for her morning greetings, completely catching Lien off guard, and he could only helplessly endure this sweet torture. This torture, which Lien viewed as painful, might be something others would pray for, such as the esteemed readers in front of the screen. Finally finishing brushing his teeth, Lien wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes at the camera. Sister, do you actually have something to say? If not, I'm hanging up. Upon hearing this, Sarafal Sitri immediately put on a pitiful expression, her voice softening. There isn't really any matter, I just wanted to see how my good little brother is doing. After all, I'm the only one at home now. Your sister is so pitiful, you wouldn't have the heart to leave me alone, would you? Just then, Sona in the living room heard the commotion in Lian's room and, thinking he was lazing in bed and dawdling, walked over and knocked on the door. Seeing no response from inside, she simply pushed the door open and immediately saw the brightly smiling Sarafal Sitri on the phone screen. Sona shook her head helplessly and spoke to the person on the screen. Sister, don't you have official business to attend to? Why are you calling so early in the morning? Besides, sister, you're using a mobile phone. You shouldn't be able to use mobile phones in the underworld, right? Sarafal Sitri's voice immediately weakened a bit, carrying a hint of undetectable guilt. I used magic, that's why I was able to connect. Sona raised an eyebrow, her tone full of disdain. I don't know of any such magic. If there were, things over here would have been in chaos long ago, wouldn't they? Sarafal Sitri's face fell, and she grumbled in a low voice, Sona-chan is so mean, not giving me any face at all. As soon as she finished speaking, a light knocking sound came from the door. Lien and Sona exchanged a glance, then walked over to open the door with puzzled expressions. As soon as the door was opened a crack, they saw Sarafal Sitri standing prettily outside, holding an exquisite food box, waving at the two of them with a beaming smile. Hello there, my dear little brother and sister. The moment Sona and Lien saw Sarafal, they were both stunned and spoke in unison, their eyes full of shock. Sister, why are you here? Sarafal blinked, deliberately tilting her head to tease. Are you two planning to just stand there blocking the doorway and not let me come in and sit for a while? The two finally snapped out of it, both wearing expressions of embarrassment, and hurriedly stepped aside to clear the way. Sarafal smiled and walked into the room, heading straight to place the food box in her hand onto the coffee table in the living room. She lifted the lid, and an enticing aroma wafted out. I specially brought breakfast over today, so you don't need to go through the trouble. Sona pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke helplessly. Sister, aren't you always tied up with official business? Why have you been running to the human world every few days lately? Upon hearing this, Sarafal immediately leaned close to Lien, reached out to ruffle his hair, her tone full of natural doting. I'm just worried about you two, especially Ren-kun, having just arrived not long ago, you must not be used to it yet. If you lack your sister's love, you might feel uncomfortable, so I just came over. Sona couldn't help but sigh while covering her forehead, her voice full of helplessness. Sigh, sister, can't you restrain yourself a little? Sarafal waved her hand dismissively, pulling Lien towards the sofa. What's there to be afraid of? We're at home now, and there are no outsiders around. Sit, eat breakfast first, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Lien and Sona watched the unrefusable, grinning expression on Sarafal's face and exchanged helpless glances. They had no choice but to follow her wishes, sitting down by the sofa to have breakfast with her. Seeing this, Sarafal immediately opened the food container with enthusiasm and took out several breakfast items, steaming buns, 3 cups of sweet soy milk, and 3 bowls of warm lean meat porridge, neatly arranging them on the coffee table. Looking at the exquisite breakfast in front of her, Sona couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister, did you make this yourself? When would I have the time to cook? Sarafal waved her hand, explaining in a light-hearted tone, I bought it on the way here. I heard from pedestrians on the street that this shop's food is quite good. I don't know if it's actually delicious, so I bought some for us to try together. Lien curled his lips helplessly and said softly, Sister, there's really no need to be picky about breakfast. As long as it isn't some sort of dark cuisine, it's basically edible. Sona nodded in agreement from the side, chiming in, right, as long as it doesn't taste bad, it's fine. Sarafal didn't argue. She picked up a bun, took a big bite, chewed it carefully for a few moments, and then immediately wore a satisfied expression, smiling broadly as she said, "It tastes good, really quite good." Watching her sister's satisfied appearance, Sona shook her head helplessly and stood up, saying, "I'll go brew a pot of tea. It'll go perfectly with the porridge." Upon hearing Sona's words, Sarafal immediately clutched her chest dramatically, her tone filled with joyful laughter. "Oh my, our Sona-chan is actually taking the initiative to care for people. Sister is so touched, so touched." Sona turned and went into the kitchen to brew tea, reaching into the refrigerator to take out the fried dough sticks she had specifically gotten up early to buy this morning. She murmured to herself, "Good thing I didn't buy too many, or we definitely wouldn't be able to finish them." Carrying the fried dough sticks and the freshly brewed hot tea, she walked out of the kitchen. Sarafal, having sharp eyes, immediately saw them and raised her voice to tease, "Oh ho ho, Sona-chan actually hid some extra food. I bought this morning." Sona set the items down and explained in a flat tone, "I thought Lien would sleep in, so I only bought a portion for myself. As for him, we can deal with it when he wakes up. Anyway, there's no class today, so it's fine to let him sleep a bit longer." Hearing this, Lien muttered inwardly, "When did this second sister of mine change her rigid style and learn to be flexible?" But when the words, "no class," drilled into his ears, he was instantly bewildered and couldn't help but ask, "Why? Aren't we supposed to have normal classes today? Why is it suddenly cancelled?" Sona pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, her tone firm, "I asked for leave for you. After all, sister coming over this time shouldn't be as simple as just having breakfast with us, right?" The smile on Sarafal's face faded instantly, replaced by a serious expression. She raised her eyebrows at Sona, her tone carrying a hint of approval. "As expected of Sona-chan, you guessed it right away." At this moment, Lien, who was already confused, was even more baffled. He looked at the two sisters acting like they were playing charades and couldn't help but press, "What exactly is going on? Why did you specifically ask for leave for me?" Sona pushed up her glasses and said slowly, "Because sister needs to handle an important matter today and needs you to accompany her. The matter involves the nine-tailed fox clan. It's a conflict between devils and the Yukai race. It's said that the old Satan faction is also involved behind the scenes." The old Satan faction. Lien frowned, his face full of confusion. "What does that have to do with me?" Only then did Sarafal put away her joking expression and said sternly, "I believe there is a major mastermind behind this conflict. You need to come with me and be responsible for protecting my safety." The old Satan faction and the Yukai have come into conflict, and in all reason, we must step in to help. On one hand, to completely eradicate the old Satan faction, and on the other, to consolidate the alliance between the Yukai and its devils. You know that I have always been in charge of the underworld's diplomatic affairs. Handling this matter well will be of great benefit to the entire underworld. More importantly, I have to prevent the fallen angels from getting involved and taking a cut. If that happens, the situation will become troublesome." After listening, Lien was still somewhat puzzled. "Sister, you could completely choose someone with superior skills to accompany and protect you. Why choose me specifically?" Upon hearing Lien's words, Sarafal's expression became even more serious than before. She said in a deep voice, "Ren-kun, others might not know your strength, but do you think you can hide it from me and Sona-chan at home? Impossible. If you don't want things to escalate, then agree to sister's request and be my bodyguard. As for how long you'll serve, that depends on my mood." She paused and added, "If you're worried, you can also pick one trusted person from your peerage to come along, but only one. It's not that I don't trust your peerage, it's just that if all 6 of you ask for leave together, it will inevitably raise suspicions, and that would be too conspicuous." Before Lien could retort, Sona pushed up her glasses, took over the conversation, and added, "No need to choose, I've already arranged it for you. Elena will go with you and sister, but the core task is still yours, Lien. You must protect sister well. Remember, do not let her reveal her strength, and keep a close watch on all movements in the surroundings at all times, understand?" Lien was instantly speechless, unable to help but complain inwardly. "I haven't even nodded in agreement yet, and you two have already arranged everything so clearly. Do I even have the right to refuse?" The answer was clearly, no. Sarah Fall wiped her mouth and stood up, her tone brisk and decisive. "All right, I'm full, time to go, Ren-kun." Lien's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to make a final struggle and hurriedly looked at Sona, his eyes full of pleading, as if saying, "Second sister, please help me. Quickly persuade sister. I really don't want to go, I just want to slack off at school." But Sona acted as if she completely didn't understand his gaze. She just pushed up her glasses and said indifferently, "Sister, little brother, have a safe trip." As soon as the words fell, Lien was dragged out by the wrist by Serafal without any room for argument. Sona closed the door behind them. The second before closing it, she even waved at him, a mysterious, meaningful smile appearing on her face. At the doorway, Elena was already waiting there. The three of them activated a teleportation magic circle together. When the light of the magic circle shone, only Lien was dragged in, stepping into it against his will. A flash of blue light passed, and the three of them had already left the spot, appearing in a quiet corner. Lien asked with a helpless face, "Sister, you just used the magic circle directly, aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" Serafal, however, looked dismissive and waved her hand. "No fear, no fear. I had already set up a barrier around the area beforehand. In the eyes of outsiders, nothing happened there at all. You know your sister, how could I act rashly without thorough preparation?" She paused and pointed in the direction not far away. "Next, we are going to take a car to the gathering place of the Yukai, to ask them what exactly is going on." Lien shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly, "Since I've already been dragged here, I have no choice but to go along with it." Just like that, Lien followed his eldest sister, filled with reluctance, and embarked on this temporary official business. Lien, Elena, and Serafal followed Serafal onto the tram. The carriage was bustling with the noise of passengers coming and going, and the streetscape outside the window flashed by. Before long, they arrived at the stop designated by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. As soon as the three of them stepped off the tram, Lien's footsteps subconsciously faltered. He keenly sensed that the surrounding atmosphere was inexplicably eerie. It felt as if a gaze was lingering in the air, and it was clear that someone was watching them from the shadows. However, he couldn't discern the origin or purpose of the observer for the moment, so he suppressed his vigilance and said nothing. Following the instructions in the letter, the three walked along the path by the street. The further they went, the heavier Lien's doubts became, until he finally couldn't help but turn to look at the composed Serafal beside him, his tone filled with confusion. "Lady Serafal, don't you find this strange? Since they invited us for negotiations, why isn't there even a guide, forcing us to find our own way there?" Hearing this, Serafal didn't stop, just waved her hand and chuckled. "It's fine. We aren't exactly big shots, so there's no need for them to come and welcome us personally, right?" Lien was speechless at these words and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What do you mean we aren't big shots? You are the new Satan Leviathan. With this status, who in the underworld or the Nine-Tailed Fox clan wouldn't show respect?" The three continued forward, stepping onto the winding stone stairs, and were about to enter the barrier range deep in the mountain forest. Just then, the shadows of the trees around them swayed violently, and dozens of figures suddenly rushed out from the darkness, each with fluffy animal ears and long, bushy tails. It was the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Serafal looked at the tense standoff before her, curved her lips helplessly, and turned to look at the solemn-faced Lien beside her, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Ren-kun, it seems you were wrong. Someone has come to welcome us after all. It's just that this method of welcoming is far more grand than usual, wouldn't you say, Ren-kun? Hearing this, the tension on Lian's face instantly eased, and his tone carried a teasing smile. You are right, Lady Serafal. It's just that this welcoming party is a bit too grand. I'm not quite used to it. Serafal raised an eyebrow, reached out, and patted his shoulder gently, her tone casual but with a hint of guidance. My dear little brother, you handle this. Remember, don't damage the relationship, otherwise, the subsequent negotiations will be difficult. I understand. Lien replied, then stepped forward and shouted loudly at the nine-tailed fox clan opposite. Who is the leader here? Come out and speak. We have come according to the agreement in the letter for the reconciliation negotiations between the underworld and the nine-tailed fox clan. What kind of attitude is this, blocking our path and confronting us? The leader of the fox clan stepped forward, eyes full of caution and anger, and sternly questioned, reconciliation. You have sent people to harass our territory time and again these past few days, and now you have the nerve to talk about reconciliation. I think you are clearly harboring malicious intentions. Judging by your fine attire, you are definitely not nobodies. If we capture you today, it will be the perfect bargaining chip for negotiations with the underworld. If you are smart, surrender obediently to avoid suffering. Lien couldn't help but chuckle softly after hearing this, the temperature in his eyes cooling bit by bit. I asked for the reason politely, yet you demand to capture us the moment you open your mouths. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The Fox clan leader showed undisguised disdain upon hearing this and shouted to the clansmen behind, arrogant devils. There are only 3 of you, while we have dozens, and this is the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. I don't believe we can't take down a few ignorant fools like you today. Before the words faded, the members of the nine-tailed fox clan roared in unison and pounced on the 3, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind. Lian's expression sank, and he snorted coldly. Since you refuse a toast, you shall drink a forfeit. The moment he finished speaking, a spear gleaming with cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the shaft in front of him, and a biting killing intent instantly permeated the air. Just as he was about to rush out, Serafal's voice rang out at the right time. Ren-kun, remember, don't hurt them. Just stop at the right point. Don't really damage the relationship. I know, Lady Serafal. Lien responded in a low voice, then turned to look at Elena beside him, his eyes steady and his tone filled with undeniable certainty. Protect Lady Serafal well, leave this to me. Elena did not hesitate for a moment, nodded immediately, and her figure flickered to stand firmly in front of Serafal, watching the approaching Fox clan members vigilantly. Seeing this, the Fox clan leader was livid, pointed at Lian's nose, and roared sternly, what an arrogant brat. Get him. At the command, dozens of Fox clansmen swarmed toward Lien, claws and demonic power intertwined, instantly surrounding him. Lien swept his spear violently across the ground, the shaft hitting the knees of the leading nine-tailed Fox clansman with a gust of wind, instantly knocking them to the ground. He then used the momentum to leap backward, performing a beautiful backflip to dodge the claws attacking from behind, while simultaneously delivering an elbow strike that precisely hit the attacker's wrist, knocking the short blade from their hand. Just then, several cold glints broke through the air. It was the archers in the back who had quietly aimed their arrows at Serafal. Lian's pupils constricted, his figure turned into a blur, and he instantly returned to stand in front of Serafal, dancing his spear into an impenetrable barrier. With a few crisp clangs, the arrows were all deflected. He then flashed, closed in on the archers, and with light flicks and heavy strikes of his spear tip, knocked their longbows to the ground. In just a few rounds, the nine-tailed fox clansmen who had rushed up fell to the ground one after another. Lien kept Serafal's instructions in mind and did not use lethal force, only knocking away their weapons or using clever force to stun his opponents, rendering them completely incapable of fighting. He knew clearly that if lives were taken, subsequent negotiations would be out of the question. The Fox clan leader looked at the clansmen who had lost their combat ability, his pupils shaking, his face filled with disbelief, and he shouted hoarsely, "How is it possible? We have so many people, yet we can't beat you alone. Who exactly are you?" Just as Lien was about to state his name, a crisp sound of applause suddenly came from the forest ahead. Good skill. Good skill. Good skill. Hearing the applause, Lien's vigilance reached its peak, his hand gripping the spear tightened, and his sharp gaze swept across the surrounding dense forest. A moment later, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. Her dazzling golden long hair hung down to her waist, setting off her simple and elegant traditional attire. Behind her, 9 fluffy golden fox tails swayed gently, carrying the majestic aura of a high-ranking great demon. It was the leader of the 9-tailed fox clan, Yusaka. She walked with ease, a faint smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Lien, looking at the youth who had downed dozens of clansmen single-handedly with great interest. Lien looked at the person who had arrived, who possessed a striking figure. She was a 9-tailed fox demon with a touch of allure. He immediately sneered, "We came here to negotiate according to the invitation in the letter. Isn't your yokai clan's hospitality a bit too unacceptable?" Yusaka stepped forward slowly, her 9 golden fox tails swaying gently behind her, carrying an air of authority befitting a superior. However, her tone held a clear note of probing. "You say we wrote to invite you. What proof do you have? Our 9-tailed fox clan has never issued such a letter." Her tone shifted abruptly, her gaze darkening, and her voice grew cold. "Furthermore, in the past few days, your people from the underworld have been constantly harassing our clan's territory. The yokai clan and the underworld have always kept to themselves, yet you have repeatedly crossed the border to provoke us. Do you really think our yokai clan is easy to bully?" Yusaka raised her hand to sweep across the surrounding mountains and forests, her tone filled with anger. "This is not just the territory of our 9-tailed fox clan. Other yokai tribes live here as well. You have come to harass us again and again, and now you have even sent 3 people to barge in directly. Do you really not hold us in any regard at all?" Hearing this, Lien's pupils constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. He exclaimed in shock, "What? Then who sent this letter? Who would write such a letter, deliberately inciting discord between us and the yokai clan?" He gripped his spear tightly, a terrifying thought flashing rapidly through his mind: the old Satan faction. Besides those die-hard remnants of the old Satan faction who were unwilling to accept the rule of the underworld reformist faction and were bent on restoring the supremacy of pure blood, who else would do such a thing to incite discord? They deliberately forged the letter, lured the new Satan, Seraphal, to the yokai territory, and then secretly sent people to harass the yokai, framing the underworld. They wanted to use the hands of the yokai to eliminate Seraphal. In this way, the yokai clan and the underworld would develop an irreparable rift. Thus, the old Satan faction could reap the benefits, seize the opportunity to take back control of the underworld, and restore the power of the old Satan faction. Once this thought emerged, Lien felt a chill run down his back. As he looked up at Yusaka, his gaze became more grave. "This letter was not written by you at all. Someone deliberately forged it to incite discord between the underworld and the yokai clan, hoping to reap the benefits." Seraphal also wiped the smile from her face, her expression becoming serious. She stepped forward, her gaze landing on Yusaka, and spoke in a steady tone. "Lady Yusaka, you should be well aware that the underworld reformist faction has completely overhauled the foundations and systems of the old Satan faction in recent years. They are resentful because of this, and perhaps they forged this letter to make our 2 sides form a grudge." She paused, her voice carrying a note of certainty. Only those remnants of the old Satan faction who are still stubbornly resisting could do such a thing. Unwilling to accept defeat, they came up with this despicable trick, wanting to use the hands of the yokai to eliminate me so they could overturn the current state of the underworld. Upon hearing the words, Old Satan faction, Yusaka's eyes flickered slightly, and the swaying speed of her 9 golden fox tails slowed down. Clearly, she had taken these words to heart. She was silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between Lien and Serafal. The anger in her tone faded slightly, but she remained guarded. Empty words are no proof. Why should I believe you? Upon hearing this, Serafal smiled faintly, her tone gentle yet clear and logical. Lady Yusaka, we have actually come here for 3 reasons. First, to promote good neighborly relations between the underworld and the yokai, breaking the long-standing rift between our 2 worlds. Second, to inform you all of the sinister intentions and despicable motives of those instigators. And this third point, which is the most important, we are here to help you resolve the trouble of your territory being harassed recently. She nodded slightly, lowering her stance, yet her eyes revealed an unquestionable seriousness. The underworld reformist faction is determined to abolish the old system and reshape order, and our leader is Seersex Lucifer. I believe this name will not be unfamiliar to you, Lady Yusaka. We came here with full sincerity, not to take up arms against the yokai. This is why we did not mobilize a large army to pressure your borders and only came as the 3 of us. I hope, Lady Yusaka, you can discern this sincerity. At this moment, Serafal had shed her usual playful and lively demeanor. Every movement exuded the composure and bearing of a superior. Lien, standing to the side, was somewhat stunned, unable to help but silently complain to himself, is this how Big Sister works? It's like she's a completely different person from usual. Upon hearing this, Yusaka's eyes moved slightly, and the sway of her 9 fox tails slowed down even more. Her tone still carried a bit of scrutiny. Although you have said so much, I cannot just believe you completely based on these empty words. Moreover, the old Satan faction you speak of, I recall they should have been rooted out by the underworld reformist faction a long time ago, right? Serafal chuckled upon hearing this, a flash of understanding in her eyes, her tone calm and unhurried. Lady Yusaka, you may not know, but the power of the old Satan faction is not so easily eradicated completely. They have operated in the underworld for many years and have long buried many hidden foundations. Those die-hard loyalists are extremely shrewd. They hid their edges and laid low early on, just waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. And for such an opportunity, they have always been relentless. She spread her hands, her tone carrying a bit of helplessness. This time is exactly like that. We had no idea the letter was forged and assumed there was real trouble in the yokai territory, which is why we rushed over. To show our sincerity, we specifically did not mobilize a large army and only brought 3 people. I trust, Lady Yusaka, you can see this openness, can't you? Yusaka's gaze fell on Lien, who had remained silent at the side. Her fox eyes narrowed slightly, and the vigilance in her tone had not diminished in the slightest. The number of people is indeed small, but your strength is evident. What if you enter my yokai territory and do something behind our backs? How would we guard against that? After all, the yokai and underworld worlds have always had constant small conflicts. This has been the precedent for many years. Why should I trust you? Just based on what you said right now. In fact, both sides were on edge at this moment, each harboring extreme caution. After all, this time, they had both been manipulated by an intermediary in the shadows. But Serafal had indeed come with a sincere heart to promote friendship between the underworld and the yokai, and she was determined to achieve this goal. Serafal turned to look at Lien on the side, her tone peaceful but carrying an unquestionable command. Ren-kun, put your weapon away first. Upon hearing this, Lien did not hesitate in the slightest. With a flash of silver light, the spear in his hand turned into a stream of light and vanished from his palm. Yusaka took in this scene, her eyes flickering slightly. She then raised her hand and said in a deep voice to her clansmen behind her, put your weapons away. Seeing the yokai clansmen all put away their weapons, Serafal bowed slightly to Yusaka with a humble posture. Then now, Lady Yusaka, can we go in and have a proper talk? Yusaka looked at her, her tone still carrying a note of scrutiny. We can talk, but the three of you must stay within the range we designate. You cannot cross the line by even one step. Sarafal smiled gently, her eyes and brows filled with just the right amount of warmth. That is only natural. To show our sincerity, we are fully willing to follow your rules. After all, there is a saying in the human world, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since we are here, we shall settle in. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Yusaka finally revealed a polite smile on her face and nodded. You are right. Then please wait a moment, the three of you. I will go make arrangements, and my clansmen will take you to the place for discussion shortly. Please wait patiently. After saying goodbye to Yusaka, the three of them, Sarafal, Ren-kun, and Elena, were led by a member of the nine-tailed fox clan towards the deepest part of the barrier. What came into view was a dense, boundless bamboo forest. The emerald bamboo leaves were layered and intertwined, almost completely blocking out the sunlight from above. Whenever the wind blew, a soft rustling sound echoed. Looking at the greenery around him, which was several times denser than in the anime, Ren-kun couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. His expression remained tense, and he didn't lower his guard in the slightest. His gaze swept through the depths of the surrounding bamboo forest with meticulous detail, afraid of missing any suspicious movement. Sarafal took in his tense expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She slowed her pace, walked to his side, and said in a gentle yet certain tone, Ren-kun, relax a little. You don't need to be so nervous, it's going to be fine. She glanced up at the quiet bamboo forest around them and continued, if they really wanted to harm us, they wouldn't have let us in so easily just now. Besides, Lady Yusaka has seen your strength with her own eyes. Even the yokai clan wouldn't easily make an enemy of a powerhouse from the underworld. Other than top-tier powerhouses of the nine-tailed fox clan like Lady Yusaka, I'm afraid none of the remaining clan members are a match for you. Sarafal paused and added, of course, that excludes those reclusive old ancestors of the yokai clan, but those old monsters would never easily emerge unless the nine-tailed fox clan faced an existential crisis. She turned her head to look at Ren-kun, her eyes filled with a soothing smile. As for Lady Yusaka, although her strength is above yours, she is still trying to figure out our bottom line right now and won't make a move easily. You can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Ren-kun's brows didn't relax, and he only gave a soft, "mn." However, his gaze never left the deep, dark bamboo shadows. He knew what Sarafal said made sense, but the chill of being schemed against still lingered in his heart. The old Satan faction that forged the letter was still hiding in the shadows, and no one knew if there would be hidden dangers in this trip to the yokai clan. The nine-tailed fox clan member leading the way walked with a steady pace, guiding the three of them through a moss-covered stone archway. The bamboo forest ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a primitive courtyard hidden among the emerald bamboo. With its upturned eaves and corners, it exuded a sense of seclusion from the rest of the world. The nine-tailed fox clan member turned to look at the three of them and said in a gentle tone, the three of you, this is your accommodation for today. Please rest well. Tomorrow, Lady Yusaka will discuss the subsequent matters with you. Sarafal nodded with a full smile and responded in a friendly tone, then thank you for the trouble. The nine-tailed fox clan member bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Elena, standing to the side, could finally no longer hold back and looked at Sarafal with a face full of confusion. Lady Sarafal, why must we wait? After all, it's only just afternoon. What is the reason for them making us wait? I really don't understand. Are they stalling for time? We clearly came with full sincerity, yet they are so unhurried. This is really unacceptable. Sarafal heard this and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat Elena on the shoulder. Elena-chan, you are usually calm and steady. Why are you so impulsive today? Elena was left speechless, but she still felt a surge of frustration in her heart. She wasn't being impatient without reason, it was just that the yokai clan's behavior was too abnormal. First, They confronted them without asking for the reason, and then they groundlessly accused them of stirring up trouble. Anyone encountering such a situation would probably not be able to stay calm. On the other side, Ren-kun carefully surveyed the surroundings of the courtyard, confirming there were no hidden dangerous auras, and only then did he completely relax his tense nerves. He shoved his hands into his pockets and yawned lazily. All right, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to my room to rest for a while. Sarafal watched Ren-kun return to his lazy and casual demeanor, and couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. That's right, this is the normal Ren-kun. We should relax, there's no need to keep our nerves on edge all the time. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Elena, who was still deep in thought behind her, and called out in a light tone, all right, let's go to and get some rest in our rooms. We've been rushing around all morning, and it's already afternoon now, so it's a good time to recharge. Since they've given us a chance to rest, we should take advantage of it. We have serious business to attend to tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Elena shook her head helplessly. Since both superiors had spoken, she naturally couldn't dwell on the previous topic anymore and could only silently follow their footsteps, walking slowly towards the guest rooms in the depths of the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the student council office at Kuo Academy, Student Council President Sona Sitri was buried in correcting a mountain of student council documents, the tip of her pen rustling across the pages. Tsubaki Shinra, standing by her side, watched her seemingly focused appearance and finally couldn't help but ask, President, are you not at all worried that something might happen to Lady Sarafal and Ren-kun? Student Council President Sona Sitri didn't even lift her head, the movement of her pen tip remaining steady. Her voice showed not a trace of ripples. What could happen? The yokai clan doesn't have that kind of courage. Moreover, Renkun's strength isn't something ordinary characters can deal with. Why would I have anything to worry about? Tsubaki Shinra's eyes shifted slightly, and she pressed on with a teasing smile, oh. Then who was it this morning that was distracted by the documents, looking absent-minded? After all, Lady Sarafal and Ren-kun are your own sister and brother. Student Council President Sona Sitri's correcting motion stopped abruptly, and her earlobes quietly turned a faint red. She coughed lightly, feigned composure, and snorted coldly, that was just because there were too many student council affairs, and I was dizzy from being busy. Stop talking nonsense here. Sona, to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. Tsubaki, isn't there one more document that hasn't been brought over? Go and get it. Tsubaki Shinra saw through Sona's thoughts at a glance, but very tactfully cooperated. Yes, President, there is indeed one more. Seeing that she had given her a way out, Sona quickly urged, then hurry up and go. Tsubaki Shinra replied and walked quickly out of the student council office. The office instantly fell silent. Sona's hand holding the fountain pen tightened slightly, and the nib hovered over the page for a long time without falling. She gazed at the birds flying past the window and sighed inwardly. I hope Ren-kun and sister are both safe. Saying she wasn't worried was one thing, but that hidden anxiety could never deceive herself. At this moment, Tsubaki Shinra outside the door had taken in the situation in the office. She shook her head helplessly and sighed softly, the president is really not honest enough. However, I hope Lady Sarafal and Ren-kun can successfully complete this negotiation and return safely. The next morning, the tranquility of the three-room suite was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks. The three beds were placed in separate compartments, and the lingering, lazy atmosphere still permeated Lian's room. The three of you, Lady Yasaka requests your presence. A respectful yet unquestionable voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Sarafal immediately walked out of her compartment, responding aloud with her signature cheerful tone. Okay, we'll be there right away Tilda. Before the words had even faded, she had already strode into Lian's compartment and grabbed the wrist of Lian, who was still lingering in bed, refusing to get up, showing absolutely no mercy. Elena silently walked out of another compartment, slowly following behind the two of them as they exited the room together. Lien followed behind, dragging his feet slowly while yawning incessantly. His fluffy hair was messy and clung to his cheeks. With that lazy and sluggish appearance, anyone would think he hadn't slept enough. But no one knew that he had actually stayed up all night. Just kidding, the peace talks were at a critical juncture, and they were on the territory of the nine-tailed fox clan. If he let his guard down and fell into a deep sleep, heaven knows what unexpected turn of events might occur. Furthermore, his second sister had repeatedly urged him to protect his eldest sister's safety at all times. How could he dare to be even slightly negligent? This lazy demeanor of his was just his way of slacking off, not because he wanted to throw his life away for no reason. He would never engage in such a losing business. After all, he was a man of principle who adhered to the philosophy of slacking off. The three of them followed their guide all the way to a quaint, antique-style building. With a soft bang, the guide raised a hand to knock on the vermilion wooden door, then turned around and said respectfully, "The three of you, this is the place where Lady Yusaka has invited you to talk. I cannot enter from here on, so please walk straight down the corridor. The first room after turning right is the one." Sarah Fall chuckled upon hearing this and nodded. "Thank you." She then turned back to look at Lien, who still looked half asleep, and urged him with a tone of helplessness, "Ren-kun, hurry up and fix your attire, don't be so sloppy." As she finished speaking, she looked at the guide who hadn't gone far, a member of the nine-tailed fox clan, and quickly asked, "Pardon the intrusion, but is there an empty room here? We would like to borrow a place temporarily to prepare, as we still need to ready a gift for Lady Yusaka and discuss a few things in private." The guide smiled gently and gestured to lead the way. "Please follow me." Before long, he brought the three of them to an elegant small room and bowed respectfully. "This is it. If the three of you have no other instructions, I will take my leave." "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." Sarah Fall replied politely. The man bowed slightly and replied politely, "It is my duty, it is no trouble." Having said that, he turned and quietly retreated. Watching the guide's figure disappear completely at the end of the corridor, Sarah Fall turned around to face the two behind her and said in a light-hearted tone, "Let's get ready too." As she spoke, a light purple magic circle slowly appeared before her. As the pattern swirled, an assortment of beautifully packaged gifts appeared one by one, dazzling to behold. Lien couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his tone filled with a hint of amazement. "Big sister, you really are well prepared." Sarah Fall chuckled at this, her eyes filled with a sense of naturalness. "Of course I must be well prepared. If I wasn't, it would be rude. If we arrived empty-handed, how could we express our sincerity?" As she spoke, she took a high-quality white trench coat from the magic circle and handed it to Lien, pointing at the dust-stained clothes on his body. "Change into this, your clothes got dirty from the fight yesterday. When we get back, I'll have Sona-chan wash them for you and return them. Today is an important occasion, so you must dress properly." Lien shook his head helplessly, reached out to take the trench coat, and said with a wry tone, "Big sister, the protagonist of the peace talks is you, not me. I'm just your bodyguard. There's no need to dress so formally. Is there really a need to make such a big fuss?" Sarah Fall stepped forward, reached out to straighten his collar, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. "My dear little brother, to me, even a bodyguard must be dressed impeccably. Furthermore, you are not just an ordinary bodyguard, you are my dear little brother, aren't you?" Lien, defeated by her words, could only rub his forehead helplessly and compromise. Fine, I'll go change." Just as Lien turned to walk toward his own compartment, he was hurriedly called back by Sarah Fall. Right, and shoes. And your undershirt, and also. Listening to her barrage of instructions, Lien immediately knew that Sarah Fall was about to start an endless dressing-up session. He simply turned around and said helplessly, "Big sister, I can't remember all that. Why don't you just come over and help me prepare yourself?" As soon as these words were out, Sarah Fall immediately perked up, her eyes brightening, her tone full of excitement. Ren-kun, really? Is it really okay? Lien sighed in his heart, secretly complaining, if I say no, you'll definitely put on that pitiful look again. However, he feigned composure on the surface and said solemnly, of course, big sister's sense of aesthetics is the best. Sarah Fall immediately smiled until her eyes curved like crescents and patted his shoulder. My dear little brother understands me the best. Unlike Sona-chan, who is always saying one thing and meaning another. Meanwhile, in the student council office at school, Sona suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Tsubaki Shinra, who was nearby, immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, President, are you alright? Sona, who was busy handling student council matters, looked up, still holding a fountain pen between her fingers. Her face remained composed, and she replied calmly, it's nothing, I just accidentally choked while drinking tea earlier. But in her heart, she was muttering, why do I always feel like someone is talking bad about me behind my back? If I find out who it is, they'll definitely be in for it. She tapped her fingers gently on the desk, pondered for a moment, and had the answer. It was most likely that brat, Lien. After all, she hadn't helped him out earlier, letting him be dragged away by Big Sister, so he must be harboring a grudge. A flash of mischievous amusement crossed Sona's eyes as she plotted to herself. When that brat comes back, I must give him a good lesson, he really needs a firm hand. The thought was fleeting, she quickly concealed the emotion in her eyes, lowered her head, and continued to focus on handling the student council matters at hand. Just as Lien had been pushed into the compartment by Sarafal, before he could even raise his hand to undo the buttons of his trench coat, he let out a loud, unexpected sneeze. This sneeze came so fast and fierce that it made the tip of his nose ache, and immediately after, 2 more sneezes followed in quick succession. He hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hand, rubbing his reddened nose tip. He felt a strange chill creep up the back of his neck, as if someone were staring at him from behind. He couldn't help but shiver, subconsciously curling his arms and shrinking into a warmer spot. Ren-kun, what's wrong? Sarah Fall's voice came immediately from outside the door, filled with obvious concern. She was holding a set of white undergarments, preparing to pass them in, and seeing him in this state, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lien hurriedly waved his hand, suppressing the itch in his nose, and feigned composure. It's nothing, nothing. I just felt a bit cold all of a sudden, but I'm fine now. Sarah Fall was clearly not entirely reassured. She pushed the door open and walked in, placed the inner garments in her hand on a chair nearby, and looked him over carefully. She reached out to straighten the collar of his trench coat, smoothing out the wrinkles one by one. I put a lot of thought into this outfit. The texture of the trench coat and the inner garments perfectly complement each other, it absolutely cannot go wrong. You need to take off what you're wearing now and put on the one I picked out for you. She patted Lien's shoulder, her tone full of certainty. I'll leave the rest of the dressing process to you. And Elena-chan, Sarah Fall turned to look at Elena, who was standing to the side, and emphasized her tone specifically. You must help me keep a close watch on Ren-kun. You must ensure he wears the outfit I've put together. This look will absolutely stun everyone here. Alright, Ren-kun, I also need to go change into a dress. After all, this is an important peace talk, and I cannot be impolite. Sarah Fall smoothed out the hem of her skirt and waved at him with a beaming smile. Then we'll see each other later. Remember, you absolutely cannot change any part of the outfit. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Elena specifically and winked playfully. Elena-chan, if you let him secretly change his outfit, I'm going to hold you accountable. Elena bowed slightly and replied in a respectful yet gentle tone. Don't worry, Lady Sarafal, I will keep a close eye on Lord Lien. Sarafal gave her a sweet smile, then turned and walked toward another compartment to tidy up her own clothes. Once Sarafal's figure disappeared, Lien looked at Elena with an awkward expression, his mouth twitching. Elena, are you really going to stay here and watch? Aren't you embarrassed? I am a boy, after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he was screaming wildly in his heart, please don't actually stay. I am a proper young man, and in my past life, I was a pure-hearted virgin. Although age hasn't been a limit since coming to this world, the reserve in my bones isn't something I can just change on a whim, right? However, on the surface, he still pretended to be calm, not revealing a thing. Elena blinked and instructed him in a serious tone, go ahead and change. I won't look. First, change the inner garments, and then the pants that Lady Serafal picked out. You cannot get a single step wrong. All right, I can handle it myself. Lien rubbed his forehead speechlessly and waved his hands. Wait until I'm done changing, then you can come in and check. That should be fine, right? Honestly, I can't tell if you're my servant or my sister's personal supervisor. Hearing this, Elena couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving into crescents. Lien, I really didn't expect that there would come a day when you'd be so restricted by someone else. All right, Lien sighed helplessly and urged her. You've had your fun teasing and mocking me, so please go out first. I really need to change clothes. If we keep dragging this out, we're going to be late for the peace talks. Before long, Lien had meticulously changed into all the clothes according to Serafal's instructions. He dared not disobey her in the slightest. After all, this big sister of his always followed through on her words. If he were to displease her, there was no telling how many surprises might be waiting for him. Serafal looked him up and down, her gaze landing on the outfit of white pants, black boots, and a white trench coat, and she nodded with satisfaction. She also picked up a comb from the side and stepped forward to help style Lien's hair. With her fingertips flying, a sharp and heroic look was soon formed. All right, now that's how it should look. Serafal patted Lien's shoulder, beaming with smiles. Let's go, don't keep Lady Yusaka waiting. Following the directions given by the Fox clan members earlier, the three of them walked slowly into the council hall. Yusaka was sitting upright in the main seat, her expression calm. Seeing the three arrive, she raised her hand and chuckled. Please, take a seat. So, for this visit, do the three of you genuinely want to help our nine-tailed fox clan resolve this trouble, or is it just empty verbal promises without any actual action? Hearing this, Serafal rose calmly and nodded slightly. Before we officially begin the peace talks, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Serafal Sitri, this is my younger brother, Lien Sitri, and as for this person, she is his servant, Elena Valerie. When Elena heard her name mentioned as well, she couldn't help but tremble, a flash of astonishment quickly passing through her eyes. She truly hadn't expected Lady Serafal to include her in the introductions. Serafal's tone was full of humility, and her every movement was elegant and composed, displaying the noble bearing that an aristocrat should have to the fullest. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this introduction, and Yusaka in the main seat was no exception. Although she had previously anticipated that the people coming for the peace talks had extraordinary identities, she never imagined that the visitors would be the new Satan, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld, the Leviathan in charge of diplomacy. She had long heard that this Leviathan Satan was always in charge of the underworld's foreign affairs, but she had never dared to hope that the other party would personally step in for the nine-tailed fox clan's troubles. What surprised her even more was that the Satan had even brought her younger brother along with her. Yusaka's gaze toward Lien held more depth. No wonder she felt this young man was no ordinary person upon their first meeting. So, he was actually the third young master of the Sitri clan. Rumors in the streets always said that this third young master was just a pampered young aristocrat, but looking at it now, those rumors were clearly all false. Yusaka withdrew her thoughts and revealed a gentle smile toward Serafal, her tone filled with genuine surprise and respect. I never expected that our nine-tailed fox clan would be worthy of a personal visit from the Satan. This is truly an unexpected situation, and for our nine-tailed fox clan, it is an immense honor. Please forgive any lack of hospitality yesterday, Lord Satan. Sarah Fall smiled sweetly upon hearing this, her tone light but carrying an unquestionable certainty. It's nothing, nothing. It's understandable. If there is anyone to blame, blame those petty scoundrels who attempt to disrupt the friendly diplomatic relations between the underworld and the Yukai. Yusaka's expression instantly became a bit more serious. She nodded slightly and spoke in a steady voice. Lord Satan, I must clarify one point first. Our nine-tailed fox clan cannot yet represent the entire Yukai race. I can only make decisions for the region under my jurisdiction. I wonder, after hearing this, does the Lord Satan still wish to continue this peace talk? Sarah Fall's posture was respectful but not humble, and she replied with an earnest tone. That is only natural, respected Lady Yusaka. Our visit this time is to resolve the trouble brought upon you by the old Satan faction, and this peace talk must proceed. This concerns not only the safety of the entire nine-tailed fox clan but is also proof of the underworld's desire to establish a friendly alliance with you, and it is also a testament to the sincerity of my personal visit. A trace of approval flashed in Yusaka's eyes, and she raised her hand to gesture for them to sit. Everyone, please sit. Let us sit and talk in detail. After speaking, she turned to look at the young girl standing beside her, her tone softening a bit. This is my daughter, Kuno. She is here to listen in today because I intend to groom her as the new successor of the nine-tailed fox clan. The Lord Satan shouldn't mind, right? Hearing this, Seraphal waved her hand with a smile. I don't mind, I don't mind. How could I mind? Receiving the reply, Yusaka nodded with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, then, let us begin. Just as she finished speaking, attendants walked forward slowly, carrying steaming hot tea and exquisite fruit and snacks. They placed the trays in front of everyone one by one and then bowed and retreated. The entire hall instantly became quiet. Everyone present held their breath and focused. Whether the conflict between the underworld and the Yukai could be resolved depended on this peace talk. The hall was filled with swirling sandalwood and the aroma of tea. Yusaka sat composed on the main seat, while several carved tables were arranged on both sides. The elders of the nine-tailed fox clan were seated, their brows furrowed with gravity. Seraphal, accompanied by Lien Sitri and Elena, sat in the guest seats directly opposite the main seat. The atmosphere between the three parties was solemn and grave, with the earlier pleasantries completely faded away. Regarding the remnants of the old Satan faction entrenched within your territory, the underworld can immediately dispatch elite envoys to assist. Seraphal picked up a celadon teacup, tapping her fingertips against the rim. Her tone was calm but carried an unquestionable confidence. The envoy group will coordinate with the power of the nine-tailed fox clan to root out the remnants of the old Satan faction lurking in the nine-tailed fox clan territory one by one, ensuring this force is eradicated at the root to prevent any future trouble. Yusaka nodded slightly upon hearing this, her gaze sweeping over the elders sitting below who appeared to be deep in thought. She said in a low voice, the sincerity of the Mao is evident to me and my clansmen. However, the details regarding the defense deployment after the cleanup and the scope of the search for the remaining remnants still need to be finalized. Both sides negotiated point by point regarding troop deployment, intelligence sharing, and the maintenance of post-war territorial order, with every word landing on practical matters. Finally, attendants presented the pre-drafted alliance document. Seraphal and Yusaka signed their names, the ink-stained characters binding the peaceful ties between the underworld and the nine-tailed fox clan even more firmly. Once all major matters were settled, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Yusaka turned to look at the young girl who had been standing silently by her side, a soft expectation rippling in her eyes. She raised her hand to introduce her to everyone, her tone solemn. The discussion was rushed earlier, and I did not have the chance to introduce her properly. This is my daughter, Kuno, who is also the future successor of my nine-tailed fox clan. Kuno stepped forward, imitating the adults by bowing with a modest gesture, though her movements were still somewhat green and clumsy. She lifted her round face, her clear eyes filled with stubbornness, and her voice, though carrying the soft, sweet lisp of a child, was deliberately raised. I will definitely protect everyone in the clan in the future. This declaration, filled with childish innocence, caused several elders at the table to chuckle, and their expressions softened considerably. Sarah Fall's gaze lingered on Kuno for a moment before landing on Lien Sitri beside her, a flash of slight calculation crossing her eyes. She subtly pushed Lien Sitri forward, a perfectly measured smile lifting the corners of her mouth. As it happens, this is my younger brother, Lien Sitri. Don't let his young age fool you. Among his peers in the underworld, he is already a renowned standout. Her internal abacus was already clicking away. It was definitely worth bringing her brother along. Lien Sitri was so handsome and upright, with such an outstanding temperament, perhaps he could really catch the eye of the future successor of the Fox clan. If the two clans could forge a marriage alliance through this, she would not only get to play the role of a glorious elder, but also facilitate eternal friendship between the Yukai and the underworld, achieving a long-term goal that would make everyone happy. As for whether Lien Sitri would feel like he was being treated as a bargaining chip for marriage, Sarafal had not failed to consider it. But then she thought, with Kuno being so innocent and resilient, she would surely grow up to be a likable girl. This little sacrifice for him could not really be considered a loss, so she simply threw that concern to the back of her mind. Lien Sitri, suddenly pushed into the center of everyone's attention, simply stood there calmly, his expression unruffled, while he couldn't help but complain nonchalantly in his heart. How did a perfectly good peace negotiation turn into matchmaking? What am I, some tool being dragged along by my sister to promote friendship between the two clans? He lowered his eyelids, looking as if none of this concerned him, as if the person being discussed wasn't himself at all. Just then, a white-haired, white-bearded elder of the Fox clan spoke slowly, his tone filled with probing. According to the rumors I've heard from the outside world, the Mao's younger brother doesn't seem to have a very good reputation. I haven't heard of any noteworthy achievements of his, only scattered, trivial gossip, and I don't know if it's true or false. If I am mistaken, I hope the Mao will not be angry. Sarah Fall's hand holding the teacup paused at her lips for a few seconds, the steam from the rim misting over her eyes, but her smile did not diminish in the slightest. Oh. I wonder what this elder wishes to say. Why not tell me, so I can be clear about what kind of image my younger brother has in the mouths of outsiders? The elder stroked his long beard and smiled, bowing. Then I will speak plainly, please do not be angry. The rumor I heard is that your younger brother is idle, does no real work all day, and just loafs around in the Sitri clan. Furthermore, the 5 servants by his side are all women. I originally thought this was just a rumor, but seeing it today, the fact that all his servants are women seems not to be a rumor. The other claims may be open to debate, but the fact that he always likes to follow his sister around does not seem false. As his voice fell, he changed the subject, his tone carrying a touch of deeper meaning. If I may be so bold, the Mao is perhaps too doting on her younger brother. If this indulgence continues, I fear it will make him arrogant and spoiled. This elder had not been optimistic about the negotiation between the 9-tailed Fox clan and the underworld from the very beginning. If he couldn't use this opportunity to severely criticize Sarafal and cause this new Leviathan Mao to lose face in public, he would feel uncomfortable all over. He was determined to seize this pretext to crush the spirit of this new Mao, and to let the underworld know that their 9-tailed Fox clan was not a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by anyone. The elders of the Fox clan sitting below had varied expressions upon hearing this. However, several of them showed terror, exchanging panicked glances. They had witnessed Lien Sitri's power from afar and knew he was not as incompetent as the rumors suggested, and certainly not some unlearned playboy. Everyone's gaze turned involuntarily toward Sarafal in the guest seats, and the gravity in the air increased by a few degrees. Sarafal slowly lowered her hand holding the teacup, her wrist sinking slightly. The moment the Celadon teacup landed steadily on the table, a crisp bang rang out. Fine cracks spread from the bottom of the cup, and tea seeped across the table through the fissures. She looked up at everyone, her tone calm and without a ripple, as if she had only done something trivial. "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now and broke the teacup. Everyone shouldn't mind, right?" When Sarafal said this, she still wore a kind and gentle smile on her face. The smile remained kind, but inexplicably, it made everyone present feel a chill run through their bodies, giving rise to a sense of fear. At this moment, Yusaka sat upright in the main seat, motionless, still maintaining her earlier composed demeanor. She said nothing, but her gaze swept coldly toward the rude Fox clan elder, her brows knitted with obvious displeasure, and the air pressure around her was terrifyingly low, as if she would explode at any second. The entire room was silent, as if the very air had been frozen. In an instant, no one dared to make even the slightest sound. After a long while, Yusaka finally calmed her surging anger. It was not that she did not want to question the elder's intentions on the spot, but with outsiders present and the reputation of the nine-tailed fox clan at stake, she ultimately suppressed her temper and said in a deep voice, "Seventh Elder, your words are far too lacking in decorum. How could you be so abrupt? Hurry up and apologize to the Mao." The fox elder, however, had a calm expression, showing not the slightest intention of admitting fault. Instead, he replied righteously, "Lord Yusaka, before I spoke, I clearly asked the Mao if I might speak my mind. I even specifically said that if my words were offensive, I begged the Mao's forgiveness. I said these things quite clearly, and it was only after the Mao nodded in agreement that I continued." Upon hearing this, the entire hall was shocked. The elders present could not help but secretly complain. When she let you speak, she was giving you face, being polite, and giving you an opportunity to stop while you were ahead. But you just blurted out those vicious words without any filter, completely lacking any awareness of the situation. This was practically rubbing the face of the nine-tailed fox clan into the dirt. Yusaka's chest heaved with anger, and just as she was about to lash out, Sarafal raised a hand to stop her. Elena stepped forward quickly and offered a clean handkerchief with both hands. Sarafal took it and leisurely wiped her fingertips, which had been stained by tea. Her movements were unhurried, and her tone betrayed not a hint of agitation. "Lord Yusaka, there is no need to be angry. Why not let him continue? I would like to hear what else he has to say." Hearing this, the fox elder's eyes lit up. He immediately straightened his back, his voice becoming even more righteous. "You see, Lord Yusaka. The Mao herself gave me permission. I am merely concerned about the sincerity of the cooperation between our two races. Our nine-tailed fox clan has poured our heart and soul into this alliance, and the sincerity we have shown is clear for all to see. But the underworld. They brought someone with absolutely no achievements and not a shred of strength. At the end of the day, he is just a playboy relying on his sister's background to freeload." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the quietly standing Sitri with his eyes cast down. A mocking arc curled at the corner of his mouth before he turned back to Sarafal, his face full of smirking smiles, though his tone was full of provocation. "Is this their so-called sincerity? Admittedly, we appreciate the sentiment of the Mao coming personally to negotiate. But to bring such a good-for-nothing younger brother along to the appointment is really not taking our nine-tailed fox clan seriously, is it not a lack of respect? Lord Yusaka, do you not agree that I have a point?" Sarafal heard this and slowly raised her eyes. The smile in her gaze faded slightly, and her tone was calm yet carried an indisputable pressure. "Elder, are you finished? If you are finished, then it is my turn to speak." She tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, every word clear and forceful. "First, our underworld has come here with absolute sincerity. Some people present should know this better than anyone else. Second, we have absolutely no reason to harbor any malice toward the nine-tailed fox clan. If we truly had evil intentions, the force that arrived today would certainly not be as simple as just the two of us siblings and one retainer. Changing the subject, her gaze swept sharply toward the elder, and she said coldly, "As for your claim that my younger brother is a playboy with no strength, have you forgotten that before we entered yesterday, my brother was stopped by your own clansmen? Surely the methods he displayed at that time are enough to prove the point. I might as well tell you plainly." Sarafal's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a hint of warning. "Leon's reputation outside is indeed not very good. But the Sitri clan has not yet fallen so far that we cannot afford to support an idle person. Even if he were to idle his life away, it is not for outsiders to criticize. Moreover, my younger brother is absolutely not some good-for-nothing." She turned slightly, her gaze falling on Lien, who had been standing quietly with his eyes cast down. A meaningful arc curled at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of mockery as she looked at the elder. "Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The only bodyguard I brought to the nine-tailed fox clan this time is my younger brother. Do you think I would let someone without strength protect my safety?" This series of questions from Sarafal left the elder speechless. Stuttering, he wanted to argue but did not know where to begin. He could clearly feel that the aura around Sarafal was no longer the easygoing and gentle one from before. It had been replaced by an overwhelming, oppressive pressure that made him almost unable to breathe. Sarafal leaned forward slightly, her gaze sharp as a knife, and her tone was bone-chillingly cold. "I know my brother's strength better than anyone here. I let him do whatever he wants in his daily life, and even if he were to cause a catastrophe, I have plenty of ways in the underworld to clean it up for him. But is it your place, an outsider, to point fingers at my brother's reputation?" She paused, her fingertips gently rubbing the edge of her teacup, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "Furthermore, you should know the foundation of the Sitri clan better than anyone. I do not need to boast, and you should know our methods. I have no intention of threatening anyone. I just hope this elder can speak properly and stop dragging my brother into the conversation. Furthermore, this is a major diplomatic event between the underworld and the nine-tailed fox clan." Sarafal's voice suddenly rose, every word carrying an unquestionable determination. "Even if you truly have the intention to sabotage the diplomatic relations between our two races, please pick a decent excuse, and do not splash dirty water on my dear younger brother. Otherwise." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the shocked faces in the hall. Her tone was calm but carried world-destroying power. "I would not mind, for the sake of my younger brother, going to war with your entire Fox clan." When these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone was deeply shocked, their faces turning pale. The entire Fox clan. She had deliberately emphasized these four words, not referring only to the nine-tailed fox clan, but encompassing all fox tribes. This Mao, in order to protect her younger brother from even the slightest grievance, could actually say something so earth-shattering. Just this single sentence, "go to war with the entire Fox clan," made everyone present feel their hearts stop in shock, and for a moment, no one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Yusaka, seated in the main seat, could not help but tremble. This Mao was truly not simple. Her protective heart for her brother was genuinely sincere, and with her brother's own strength being unfathomable, this seventh elder of hers had clearly kicked an iron plate. This was no one else's fault. It was entirely his own failure to read the situation, insisting on bringing trouble upon himself. Thinking of this, Yusaka quickly composed herself, adjusted her robes, slowly stood up, and bowed, her tone full of earnestness. "Mao, this matter was entirely due to the improper behavior of our clan's elder. I offer my deepest apologies here and hope you will not mind. As for the matter of cooperation and the signing of the alliance between our two races, I, representing the entire nine-tailed fox clan, promise to see it through to the end. Since we have already signed the documents, there is no reason to go back on our word. Please do not dwell on these minor interruptions, and let us facilitate the eternal friendship between our nine-tailed fox clan and the underworld. Upon hearing this, the biting Mao pressure around Serafal instantly vanished completely. A perfectly gentle smile rippled across her face again, as if the tense standoff from moments ago had never happened. She parted her lips slightly, her voice soft but carrying an unquestionable certainty. I have received Lord Yasaka's sincerity, and I thank you on behalf of the underworld. The underworld and the nine-tailed fox clan shall strictly abide by the alliance just signed and will never betray it. In the future, whenever your clan has needs, the underworld will certainly extend a helping hand wherever we can. After all, what Lord Sears X Lucifer advocates is the harmonious coexistence of races, is it not? She nodded slightly, the smile in her eyes deepening. Therefore, I would never implicate the entire nine-tailed fox clan because of this trivial matter. You can rest assured. That's the end of part 3. Part 4 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
High School DxD. I transmigrated into the third son of the Sitri family. Part 4. Yasaka's heart finally settled, her expression instantly softening. A perfectly measured smile rippled across her face as she bowed respectfully to Serafal, her tone polite yet reserved. I am deeply impressed by your understanding, Lord Satan. Please forgive the intrusion. As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on her face vanished. Her gaze suddenly turned to the seventh elder, who was stammering to the side. Her cold voice carried unconcealed reproach. Seventh elder, if you have any dissatisfaction, you could have spoken to me privately. Why embarrass Lord Satan in front of everyone? As the seventh elder of our nine-tailed fox clan, you bear the heavy responsibility of our clan's face and survival, yet you repeatedly make things difficult for our distinguished guests. Do you not feel that such undiscerning and tactless behavior disgraces our nine-tailed fox clan? The barrage of sharp reprimands struck the seventh elder like a heavy hammer. He had already been unsettled by Serafal's pressure, and now, being held accountable by Yasaka in public, his face flushed red. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to defend himself, his throat feeling tight and suffocated. After a long silence, he stiffened his neck and forced out a defense filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. Lord Yasaka, I did not intend to offend Lord Satan, I was only thinking of the future of the nine-tailed fox clan. He took a deep breath, his gaze growing firmer, and his tone was filled with suspicion and vigilance, his volume unconsciously rising. Furthermore, our nine-tailed fox clan is not without strength. Why must we live under the shadow of others? Moreover, it was never us who sought this alliance, it was they, the so-called Old Satan faction, who initiated the request. Why should we accept their alliance request for no reason? Just because of their empty talk of racial harmony. How is that possible? Lord Yasaka, are you not aware of the cunning of the underworld people? The seventh elder's voice carried a hint of urgency and heartache. His gaze swept over the elders present, attempting to seek agreement. They do everything with a clear purpose and never engage in a losing deal. For many years, deep grievances have accumulated between various races, especially between the yokai and the underworld, making it difficult to resolve such hatred. I absolutely do not believe that just this one peace talk can wipe away past grievances and resolve our differences. Forgive my bluntness, but I feel this negotiation was unnecessary from the very beginning. Upon these words, the entire hall fell into silence again. The doubts that had just been suppressed by Serafal were reignited by the seventh elder. The elders of the Fox clan shifted their expressions, hesitation and contemplation flashing in their eyes, and their gaze toward the Serafal siblings carried a bit more complex scrutiny. Yasaka's brows furrowed tightly, her expression growing even uglier. She naturally understood that what the seventh elder said was not without reason. The old grievances between the yokai and the underworld were indeed deep-rooted, and the intentions of the old Satan faction were always unpredictable. However, the alliance had already been signed, and Seraphal's strength and determination had already been demonstrated. To go back on it now would be no different from seeking her own death. Meanwhile, sitting to the side, Seraphal still wore a gentle smile, though her fingertips were quietly rubbing the edge of her teacup, and a trace of imperceptible cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. She heard every word the seventh elder said, and she already understood, this seemingly calm storm had never truly ended. Someone was plotting in the shadows, attempting to sabotage the alliance between the underworld and the nine-tailed fox clan, and behind this, there was likely an even deeper scheme. Lien remained standing silently with his eyes lowered, his aura calm and placid, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Yet, the slight movement of his fingers indicated he was not unaware, he simply couldn't be bothered to intervene. Only when he heard the seventh elder's extreme remarks did a faint trace of mockery flash in his eyes. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly solidified, as if the air itself had been frozen, deathly silent. After a long while, Seraphal broke the silence first. A gentle smile still played on her lips, and her voice was soft but every word was clear. Lord Yasaka, why don't we do this? Keep this alliance agreement with you for now. If you feel this alliance is truly unnecessary, then we shall drop it. However, the matter of the old Satan faction is ultimately our responsibility in the underworld. We will send others to assist you in resolving it completely. As she spoke, she raised her hand to signal Elena to step forward, presenting the gift boxes that had been prepared to the elders, her tone still gentle and polite. These are small gifts we specially prepared for you and the elders, please accept them. Then, my brother and I shall take our leave. As the words fell, Seraphal slightly nodded to Yasaka, then turned to look at Lien beside her, casting a silent glance. The siblings walked side by side, slowly heading toward the main entrance, never looking back from start to finish, leaving behind a room full of stunned Fox clan elders, as well as Yasaka, who stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long while. After the group had walked quite a distance and the movements behind them could no longer be heard, Lien finally couldn't help but speak, his tone tinged with confusion. Sister, are we just leaving like this? Seraphal couldn't help but chuckle and glanced at him sideways. Otherwise what? Do you want to stay and force them? If we did that, wouldn't the purpose of our trip be completely lost? Lien frowned slightly and asked again, but to just give up like this? Haste makes waste. Seraphal interrupted him, a flash of realization in her eyes, her tone firm. I believe Lord Yasaka will make the most correct choice. Just as the three were slowly walking toward the main exit, a rough laugh suddenly cut through the silent air. Since you've already come, why leave so quickly? Before the voice faded, a large number of soldiers suddenly emerged from all directions. Their attire was identical to the army of the old Satan faction, and those leading them were even cloaked and wore wide-brimmed hats, obscuring their faces completely. The leading rough-looking man took a step forward, his tone filled with unconcealed killing intent. It's a rare opportunity, why not leave your lives here? At this moment, the group of Fox clan members who had chased after them happened to witness this scene. Upon seeing this, the seventh elder immediately pointed at those soldiers and said to Yasaka in a sharp voice, Lord Yasaka, look. This is their so-called sincerity. They have long since planted their hands and feet in our territory, they clearly had a premeditated plan. What premeditated plan? The leading man sneered, his tone arrogant and cruel. Our plan is to wipe out Seraphal and your nine-tailed fox clan right here. Then, we will spread the news that the underworld reformist faction Satan Leviathan was assassinated while negotiating with the nine-tailed fox clan. In this way, a new round of war between the underworld and the yokai realm will arise. That's right, that is our plan. At this moment, a figure mixed among the soldiers suddenly stood out and chimed in. Upon hearing this voice, the seventh elder's expression changed drastically, and he shouted out, why are you among their ranks? Upon hearing this, the figure raised his hand and removed the Fox Clan disguise on his face, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, he was also wearing the cloak and matching hat of the old Satan faction, his position clearly revealed. Only now did everyone clearly see the earth-shattering scheme laid out by the old Satan faction. They intended to use this peace talk to wipe out the Seraphal siblings and the core power of the nine-tailed fox clan in one fell swoop, and then completely incite the flames of war between the underworld and the yokai realm, causing the two races to become enemies and never reconcile. Meanwhile, they could hide in the shadows, taking advantage of the chaos to reap the rewards. After hearing these words, the smile on Seraphal's lips gradually turned cold, and her voice carried a hint of faint mockery. Quite the deep scheme. However, I don't believe that with just your meager strength, you can keep me here, nor can you frame the yokai for all of this and incite a war between the underworld and the yokai realm. The rough-looking man leading them heard this and let out a disdainful cold laugh. Oh. Is that so? Then please, Demon King Sama, open your eyes wide and watch. As his voice fell, the several cloaked figures behind him stepped forward in unison, and the tyrannical aura radiating from their bodies instantly caused the surrounding air to stagnate. Seraphal's gaze swept over those figures, her pupils shrinking slightly, and then she chuckled. It seems you really were prepared after all, even inviting people from the Chaos Brigade to help. She looked up at the group opposite her, her tone full of certainty. However, I am afraid you will be disappointed today. After all, we not only have the elders of the nine-tailed fox clan on our side, but also my younger brother. With just the likes of you, there is no chance of leaving here alive. Your younger brother. The rough-looking man acted as if he had heard some huge joke, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. Just based on his usual good-for-nothing, idle appearance, I'm afraid he can't even pick up a spear, can he? His subordinates beside him immediately burst into uproarious laughter, and the rough-looking man continued triumphantly. As far as I know, other than wandering around all day, your younger brother has never accomplished a single thing. With a piece of trash like that, you want to stop us? As the rough-looking man raised his hand, a fireball the size of a millstone condensed in his palm, and he hurled it forward, carrying a scorching heatwave. Bang! A deafening explosion roared, and violent waves of fire instantly swept outward. The nine-tailed fox clan members, caught off guard, were directly blown away and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The rough-looking man threw his head back and let out an arrogant laugh, his tone full of disdain and insolence. With their amateurish strength, did they deserve to stop me? Did they deserve to protect you? He approached Seraphal step by step, the killing intent in his eyes almost overflowing. Blame yourself for being too arrogant, only bringing such a useless younger brother with you, without even a decent guard. Today is your death day, Seraphal Sitri. The man's voice suddenly rose, roaring with an almost frantic obsession. I will use your blood to prove that only pure-blooded devils deserve to rule the underworld. Those mixed bloods, and other lowly, weak races, only deserve to crawl at our feet. It is not for you cowards who advocate for racial harmony to point fingers. Go to hell, Seraphal Sitri. Saying this, the long blade at his waist instantly unsheathed, and the cold, biting edge of the blade slashed directly toward Seraphal's face. But the development of the situation completely exceeded his expectations. Clang! A harsh sound of metal clashing rang through the air, and the long blade was forcibly blocked an inch away from Seraphal. The savage grin on the rough-looking man's face instantly froze. He looked toward the sound and saw Lien holding a long spear, the shaft held horizontally in front of him, steadily blocking the slashing blade. The man looked Lien up and down, a mocking curve hooking at the corner of his mouth. Yo, I didn't expect our Sitri clan's famous playboy third young master to actually have some ability, knowing how to block a blade for his sister. But don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly erupted with a powerful wave of energy, the surging force directly blasting Seraphal away. Seraphal groaned and fell heavily to the ground, instantly passing out. Lian's gaze turned cold, and he slowly looked up, his voice devoid of any waves. What you do, I don't care. You want to trample this place, I don't care, that is your business. As long as you don't disturb me, everything is fine. But you, unfortunately, not only disturbed my peace but also injured my sister. His tone turned sharp, and the biting killing intent radiating from his body made the surrounding air feel as if it had frozen. Since that is the case, you have only a dead end. Don't think about leaving here alive, because you no longer have the chance. Hearing this, the rough-looking man acted as if he had heard a huge joke and immediately laughed out loud. Yo, our playboy young master can talk tough now. Then let me see, just how much ability you really have. Lian's eyes were as cold as if tempered in ice, every word falling with weight. It is you who are seeking your own death, so don't blame me. After saying this, he didn't say anything more, only calling out in his mind in a deep voice. System, help me exchange for 4 long-distance magic teleportation array items. A mechanical girl's voice immediately sounded in his mind. Ding, 9,000 emotion points have been consumed for the host, exchanging for 4 ultra-long-distance magic teleportation array items. As the voice fell, 4 paper sheets printed with mysterious magic array patterns appeared in the palm of Lian's right hand. He flicked his wrist and threw the papers toward the ground. After 4 clear ringing sounds, 4 water blue magic arrays suddenly lit up on the ground. At the same time, beside Ira, Sarah, Lenore, and Greta at Kuo Academy, identical water blue magic arrays lit up simultaneously. Lian's voice came from the magic arrays. Hurry over, stand inside the magic array, I have a big matter here that needs your support. At this time, inside the student council office, Sona Sitri frowned and concentrated, turning to look at Tsubaki Shinra beside her. What is it? Tsubaki Shinra hurriedly checked, and her expression changed slightly. President, 4 abnormal magic arrays just appeared, directly teleporting Ira, Sarah, Lenore, and Greta away. Sona Sitri's expression became increasingly grave. Then did anyone else discover this? Tsubaki Shinra shook her head. Not at the moment. They were all teleported away from their respective club activity rooms, without alerting anyone. Sona Sitri heard this and her brows locked tight. Something big must have happened. I hope they can resolve it properly, and I hope Lien and sister will be alright. At the same time, the 4 magic arrays on Lian's side shone brightly, and the figures of Ira, Sarah, Lenore, and Greta appeared steadily. After landing, they all knelt on one knee in unison and bowed to Lien. The rough-looking man saw this and immediately let out a cold laugh full of mockery. I wondered what kind of trump card it was. It turns out you summoned your harem and retainers. I was wondering how a playboy dared to talk such big talk. It turns out you were relying on having more people. Lien ignored his clamoring entirely, his gaze sweeping over the 4 people in front of him, his voice as cold as ice. Leave these small fries to you 2 to solve, and the 5 leaders are mine. Greta, Lenore, you and Elena go together and protect my sister well. The 4 were shocked upon hearing this. This was the first time Lien had addressed them by their names so solemnly, and Thorn and Lenore instantly sensed the severity of the situation. They immediately replied in a deep voice, Do not worry, Lord Lien, leave it to us. Lien nodded slightly, the long spear in his hand pointing forward abruptly, and the biting killing intent instantly swept outward, every word falling with weight. Then let us begin, welcome your moment of death. The rough-looking man up ahead looked at the formation before him, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. He felt that the aura surrounding Ren was permeated with an unusual sharpness, but upon second thought, he dismissed it as overthinking and didn't take this anomaly to heart. Within the ranks, an arrogant soldier jumped out first, shouting at the top of his lungs, I don't believe it. What can a notorious playboy like him possibly do to us? With just a few of his servants, are we, with so many people, afraid that we can't take him down? Before he could finish his words, the latter half of his provocation stuck in his throat as he felt a bone-chilling cold on his neck. The soldier instinctively reached up to touch it, his palm instantly soaked with warm blood, and a crimson pool blurred before his eyes. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, as his body fell straight backward, hitting the ground heavily and falling silent. The members of the old Satan faction instantly gasped, their faces filled with horror. Such incredible speed. Who exactly made the move? When did they do it? They hadn't even caught a trace of the movement. Ren glanced down at the corpse on the ground from his elevated position, the corners of his lips curling into a cold, sharp arc, and he snorted coldly, "Haven't you heard the saying? Villains die because they talk too much. How noisy." He swept his eyes over the crowd with their varied expressions, his voice as cold as tempered ice. "I'll give you one last chance. While I haven't completely lost my temper yet, get lost immediately. I can pretend nothing ever happened. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't save you." The rough-looking man snapped back to reality, the shock and doubt on his face instantly replaced by disdain. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Don't think that killing one person with such a cheap trick can intimidate all of us. Attack. Slaughter them." Ren's eyes turned stern, his killing intent surging violently. Looking at the crowd swarming toward him, he shouted coldly, "Since you're seeking your own deaths, then I'll really make my move. Charge." As his voice fell, Ren gripped his spear tightly, the cold light at the tip flaring up. The killing intent around him transformed into a tangible ice-blue current, sweeping outward, causing everyone's robes to whip noisily and covering the ground in a thin layer of white frost. Ira and Sarah exchanged a glance, their figures darting out like arrows released from a bow. Ira gripped her greatsword tightly, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Meeting two old Satan faction members head-on, she swung horizontally, the biting sword chi instantly cleaving the two in half. Sarah held a large blade. Despite its heavy appearance, she swung it with ease. As the blade flashed, the lackey charging at the front was immediately cut in half at the waist, blood spraying onto the white frost on the ground, blooming into a jarring red. Lenore brandished her twin-bladed knives, moving quickly with Greta to Seraphal's side, forming a defensive formation with Elena. The twin blades danced in her hands, precisely parrying every incoming attack, the crisp sound of blades clashing echoing incessantly. Greta stood firmly at the front, holding a great shield. An earthy yellow light flickered on the shield, deflecting all attacks that broke through the line, protecting the three behind her so they remained unmoved. The rough-looking man watched the scene before him, his pupils shrinking suddenly. The unease in his heart magnified instantly, and he finally realized that he had completely underestimated Ren's strength, as well as the combat prowess of his servants. How is it possible, the strength of these guys, to be this strong? He muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief, his hand gripping the blade tightening unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. Ren ignored his shock, his figure flashing, the ice-blue afterimage fleeting, and in the next second, he appeared in front of a Chaos Brigade member. That member didn't even have time to react before Ren pierced his heart with his spear. PFF'd. Blood gushed out, splashing onto the white frost at his feet. He withdrew his long spear and shook off the blood droplets on the tip. The ice-blue aura, carrying a chill, froze the blood droplets on the tip into tiny ice particles. "Four more," he said in a low voice, his figure disappearing from the spot again, leaving only an ice-blue afterimage as he dashed toward the remaining Chaos Brigade members. Seeing this, Elena quickly said to Greta and Lenore beside her, "You two hurry and go help Ren. Don't let him do whatever he wants. If he fails to control his strength and goes too far, we won't be able to answer to Lady Seraphal later. You know Lady Seraphal's temperament. If something goes wrong, we'll all be scolded." Greta and Lenore exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. "Understood. You be careful too, especially make sure to protect Lady Seraphal." If anything happens to her, we won't be able to answer to Lord Ren either. Elena smiled upon hearing this, her tone firm. Don't worry. If I didn't even have this much strength, I wouldn't be able to shoulder the responsibility of being a queen. Greta raised her hand and formed a seal in front of her. A pale golden light shield instantly enveloped Serafal and Elena. I'll set up a temporary shield here. If there's an emergency and you can't react in time, it can block a hit for you. Thanks. Elena nodded, then urged, make sure you stay safe yourselves. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of slaughter, but the situation was almost one-sided. Several Chaos Brigade members and Old Satan faction minions tried to stop Ren's advance, but they were all cleanly dispatched by him, one spear strike at a time. At this moment, intense fury churned in his eyes. Wherever he passed, the bone-chilling aura almost froze the surrounding air. On the other side, Elena was focusing on guarding against the movements around her when she suddenly noticed the eyelids of Serafal, who was on the ground beside her, move slightly. Her heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her voice to ask, Lady Serafal, are you okay? Serafal opened her eyes slowly, a sly smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. She made a shushing gesture to Elena and whispered, Shish, actually, I never fainted at all. Please don't tell Ren-kun about this, okay? Elena was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Lady Serafal, since you weren't unconscious, why did you just now? You really are too slow. Serafal tapped her forehead lightly, her tone full of mischief. If I didn't pretend to faint, how could I see such a wonderful show? And how could I force my little brother to show his true capabilities? She paused, a look of understanding flashing in her eyes, and continued, I know Ren's temperament too well. If I don't force him into a desperate situation, he will only ever lazily slack off. You should know this truth, right? That's why I deliberately only brought the two of you to the yokai territory, and I had long expected that the old Satan faction would ambush us here. There was a bit more seriousness in Serafal's voice. I know everything. Doing this was just to force Ren to show his strength, to let those who look down on him see properly that the third young master of the Sitri clan is not at all the useless playboy from the rumors. Only in this way will he not be hindered by others everywhere in the future. It's just a pity that I can't point out his habit of slacking off directly, so I had to resort to this desperate measure. Serafal said, turning her head to look at Elena beside her, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. You must keep this a secret from me, you absolutely cannot let it slip. I don't want Ren-kun to be distracted while fighting. Elena sighed helplessly, yet still nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Lady Serafal, I will keep this secret. Serafal nodded with satisfaction and lay back down. Though her eyes were half closed, her gaze locked unblinkingly on the movements of the slaughter on the field, fearing she might miss any exciting detail. Elena, watching from the side, felt a headache coming on, and couldn't help but inwardly rant. Just what kind of weirdos are these three siblings from the Sitri clan? One is a Satan who loves to tease others, dotes on her younger brother and sister to the heavens, and when the mood strikes, likes to dress up as a beautiful girl, acting so erratically that it's hard to keep up with. One seems stern and rigid to everyone, never forgiving with her words, yet in her heart, she cares more about her family than anyone else, a classic case of saying one thing while meaning another. And then there's the other, who insists on hiding his true strength, pretending every day to be a playboy young master, adopting an attitude of, it has nothing to do with me, with a depth of thought that makes him completely unfathomable. With these three siblings together, it's a combination that is simply headache-inducing and leaves one speechless. Even she, having been by their side for so long, sometimes cannot guess what is going on in their minds. However, on the battlefield at this moment, most of the remnants of the old Satan faction and the members of the Huo group had already been defeated by Lien and his peerage, either dead or crippled. Only a few had been deliberately kept alive and not dealt a lethal blow. This was so that once Serafal woke up, she could immediately extract information from them. Lien naturally wouldn't waste his effort. Those left behind were all mid to high level figures. The cannon fodder, who were obviously worthless at a glance, had already been cleaned up by him to avoid unnecessary trouble. The burly man leading them saw that the situation was lost and his heart gave a sudden jolt. He immediately took his two confidants and tried to slip away during the chaos of the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lien was quick-eyed and nimble-handed. His figure flashed like a ghost, instantly blocking the three of them. His cold voice, laced with frost, rang out. "Where do you think you're going?" He raised his hand to point at the three, his gaze lingering briefly on the two confidants before suddenly fixing sharply on the burly leader. "You two, put down your weapons now and name the mastermind behind this. Perhaps you can still save your lives and make up for your crimes. But you, absolutely not." Lien's tone was sharp as ice, every word ringing out with conviction. "Of all the things you could have done, you shouldn't have harbored the thought of killing my lady sister. That is where you went wrong, and that is why I will never let you go. You might escape for a moment today, but not for a lifetime. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down to the end." The moment his words fell, the ice-blue aura around him surged violently, and the biting cold nearly froze the air. The long spear in his hand condensed a dazzling blue-white light, and with a fierce swing forward, a powerful shockwave exploded, instantly blasting the three of them away violently. The three opponents stumbled and steadied themselves, looking at each other with pale faces, and spoke in unison. "If you think we three are lambs waiting to be slaughtered, then you are sorely mistaken." The burly man's voice was full of malice. He stared fixedly at Lien, gritting his teeth as he said, "We admit we underestimated your strength, but that doesn't mean we are soft persimmons for you to squeeze. We brought a trump card for this operation." Before he could finish, scarlet magic circles appeared beneath the feet of all three, with eerie light flickering and jumping between the array patterns. "Let us show you our true power." Accompanied by a roar, the two confidants beside him raised their hands without hesitation, extracting all the magic power from their bodies and pouring it continuously into the burly man. Lien remained expressionless from beginning to end, simply standing quietly in place, watching this transfer of energy with cold eyes. Only when the two had exhausted their magic power and collapsed to the ground, completely drained, did he speak slowly, his voice devoid of any ripple. "You actually dared to practice forbidden arts. Did you never think that this power would backfire?" Backfire. The burly man acted as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, letting out a disdainful scoff. "That is merely an excuse made up by the weak to escape their own fragility." Feeling the surging, turbulent magic power within him, he wore an almost manic expression, his tone extremely arrogant. "For us pure-blooded devils, such rhetoric is not worth mentioning. See it. This is our true power, the overwhelming power inherent to pure-blooded devils. Lien Sitri, you should regret it, regret the decision to anger me today." The magic power around the burly man surged crazily, forming a terrifying hurricane. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he roared, word by word, "Your only fate is death. Enjoy your final moments." The moment his words fell, he charged fiercely toward Lien, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction. Facing this aggressive attack, the corners of Lien's mouth slowly curled into an arc, his tone light and indifferent. "Then, let me test it out." Before the words had even faded, Lien had already raised his hand to grip the long spear, his wrist twisting slightly, and the spear shaft swept out with a sharp whistling sound, colliding directly with the burly man's offensive. The cold blue-white spear radiance collided with the violent, blood-red magic power, producing a deafening roar. Spear tips crossed, forces countered, the two traded dozens of blows in an instant, each collision sparking blinding energy flares that made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Finally, accompanied by a crisp clang of metal, their figures suddenly crossed, and they instantly swapped positions. Lien stood tall, withdrawing his stance, and with a turn of his wrist, he hurled the long spear. A cold light pierced the air, the long spear, like a bolt of lightning, precisely pierced through the burly man's chest. He walked forward slowly, his tone cold and devoid of any temperature. If this is all the strength you have even after practicing forbidden arts, then it only goes to show that you are nothing but a bunch of pathetic trash. The collapse of the old Satan faction was a destined outcome. You ruled with brutality, obsessed only with the arrogance of pure blood, viewing the lives of others as mere blades of grass. Such a faction was always destined to meet its ruin. Now, you remnants are simply repeating the same mistakes, unable to escape the same fate. He paused, his gaze landing on the man's painfully twisted face, and added calmly, also, before you die, you must have felt it, right? The burly man convulsed, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. You were hiding your skills all along, hiding your strength, how insidious you are. I just didn't want to draw too much attention to myself. Leon's voice remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable chill, but of all things, you shouldn't have dared to harbor the thought of killing my lady sister. Anyone who wants to kill my lady sister, not a single one will be allowed to live. As the words fell, he yanked the long spear out. Blood gushed out, the burly man fell to the ground in response, and completely lost his breath. Lien withdrew the murderous aura around him and turned toward Elena, his tone carrying a bit more concern. Is Lady Sister all right? She is fine. Elena shook her head. Those small fries have already been cleaned up by me. Lady Serafal has not suffered any harm. Leon's gaze landed on Serafal, who was lying on the ground. He helplessly curled the corners of his lips and said, Lady Sister, stop pretending, I saw your eyes blinking. Seeing that she had been exposed, Serafal sat up sheepishly and glared at him irritably. Renkun, you actually knew all along, didn't you? I did not. Lien answered truthfully, it was just that when I looked at you earlier, I noticed your eyelids move, which is how I confirmed you were fooling being unconscious. He looked at Serafal, his tone carrying a hint of realization. So, you were fooling sleep the whole time, just to force me to reveal my true strength, right? Hearing her younger brother say this, Serafal quickly sat up, grabbed his sleeve, and said in a semi-coquettish manner, My dear younger brother, you will definitely forgive your sister this time, right? Right. My most beloved, good younger brother. Lien helplessly rubbed his forehead, his tone full of indulgent resignation. Lady Sister, this is a diplomatic occasion, please, try to mind your image a little. But Serafal seemed not to hear him. She kept shaking his sleeve, unrelenting, harping on the same question over and over. Lien, having no way to handle her pestering, could only raise his hands in surrender. Yes, I forgive you. But Lady Sister, I hope you can keep my true strength a secret. I don't want to draw too much attention. Serafal's eyes instantly lit up, and her tone immediately turned cunning. I can keep it a secret, but you have to agree to one condition. From now on, you are on call for me. Whenever I need you, you must appear before me. How about it? This request isn't excessive, is it? Seeing Leon's hesitation, she immediately lifted her chin triumphantly, deliberately revealing a cunning smile, full of threat. If you don't agree, I'll go tell Sona Chan that you've been hiding your skills all along, and that your true strength is unfathomable. I know you want to say that Sona Chan can vaguely guess your situation, but she doesn't know the full extent. If I tell her, whenever the student council runs into any trouble, or encounters something they can't solve, they will definitely call you for help first thing. By then, the slacker life you want will be completely ruined. Ren looked at the sly expression on Serafal's face, as if she had successfully stolen candy, and sighed helplessly. His brow was tinged with a hint of indulgent resignation. Fine, I'll agree to it. He paused, his tone becoming more serious, and looked straight at the person before him, but you must keep this a secret. Sister, you know my situation, I don't want to attract too much attention. That would only bring countless unnecessary troubles. Also, Ren added, his tone carrying a trace of indisputable seriousness, I can be on call, but that is by no means a reason for you to make unreasonable demands. You understand that, right, sister? Furthermore, don't make me do those weird things. Upon hearing this, Seraphal immediately clutched her chest, putting on a tearful expression, her voice drawn out and full of exaggerated grievance. Oh my, oh my, oh my dear younger brother, to think you'd think of your sister that way. Sister is truly heartbroken. She pouted slightly, her eyes reddening ever so slightly, and feigned pity as she tugged on Ren's sleeve. What should I do? It seems I've been hated by my dear younger brother. Ren looked at this deliberately feigned look of grievance on Seraphal and sighed helplessly in his heart. This sister of his was using this routine again. Every time he showed the slightest sign of refusal, or looked even a little impatient, she would immediately put on this tearful expression, forcing him into a corner. In the end, he couldn't resist her, so he raised a hand to rub his brow, his tone full of compromise. Fine, fine, sister, I agree to everything. As he spoke, he lowered his voice and quickly glanced around, his eyes carrying a hint of embarrassment as he reminded her, but look at what occasion this is, please restrain yourself. After all, you are the renowned Satan Leviathan among the 72 pillars of the underworld, do pay some attention to your status. Just then, the members of the Fox clan who had fainted from the shock had already begun to wake up from their unconsciousness one after another. Watching this scene before them, they all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in their collars, feeling an inescapable sense of awkwardness all over. And Yasaka, that supreme commander of the Kyoto yokai and high-ranking nine-tailed fox, who had fainted after taking the attack head-on to protect her daughter, Kuno, also happened to open her eyes at this moment. When she saw the Satan Leviathan before her, who was completely different from the rumors, her pupils shrank, and her face was filled with incredulous shock. This Satan, known for her dignity, actually had such a cute and playful side. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it, even if she died. Hearing Ren relent, the grievance on Seraphal's face vanished instantly, replaced by a completely radiant smile. She clapped her hands, her tone light and cheerful. That's right, Ren-kun, that's how it should be. So, it's a deal. Ren looked at his sister, whom he had handled, and turned his gaze to the Fox clan members, his tone as cold as ice, carrying an indisputable pressure. I hope you can all keep today's events a secret. Everyone present must not leak a single word of what you have seen and heard. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, every word resounding. I am not discussing this with you, I am telling you. Whoever dares to spread the news, I don't mind sending them on their way. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I can still find them. The moment his words fell, the tip of the spear in his hand flashed with a cold light, pointing directly at the seventh elder in the crowd. Yasaka instantly understood the implication of Ren's words and quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly, her attitude respectful and sincere. Rest assured, third young master of the Sitri clan, our Fox clan will definitely keep our mouths shut and will never leak today's events. Looking at Yasaka's attitude, Ren's tone finally softened a little. I naturally trust Lady Yasaka's word. I am just afraid that some people have ill intentions, and when I return to school, I will needlessly attract a bunch of troubles I can't shake off. I don't want to live a life where I'm entangled in trivial matters every day. Rest assured, Yasaka immediately replied, then turned her head and shouted sharply at the crowd, Seventh Elder. Hurry over and apologize to the third young master. The seventh elder was so scared he shivered, rushing out of the crowd, bowing repeatedly to Ren, his face full of panic. Third young master, I am truly sorry. It was this lowly one who was blind and offended you. Please, sir, be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Hearing the seventh elder's words, Ren said coldly, I hope you do as you say. As his words finished, he gave his wrist a light twist, neatly retracting the cold, gleaming spear tip. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Seraphal beside him, his tone flat. Sister, we should go. You're right. Seraphal curled her lips, her fingertips tapping her cheek lightly. We really should go. After all, we've wasted 2 days here. Just as the siblings and their 5 retainers turned to leave, Yusaka hurriedly called out to stop them. You two, please wait a moment. She stepped forward quickly, holding a scroll in both hands and handing it over. This is the alliance agreement we have drafted. Please take it with you. Sarafal turned around, a trace of curiosity flashing in her eyes, and spoke with a beaming smile. Doesn't Lady Yusaka need to consider this a bit more? There's actually no need to be so rushed. Besides, those people who were harassing your nine-tailed fox clan territory have already been dealt with. Yusaka secretly complained in her heart. Your words clearly show you had planned this all along. Besides, forming an alliance with the underworld only had benefits and no losses for the nine-tailed fox clan. If it hadn't been for the seventh elder interfering midway, this alliance agreement would have been finalized long ago. On the surface, however, she was very serious, bowing slightly and saying, our nine-tailed fox clan is willing to form an alliance with the underworld. We hope that in the future, should the nine-tailed fox clan be in trouble, the underworld can offer some assistance. Good, good, good. Sarafal readily agreed, taking the alliance agreement and putting it away. I will convey this to Lord Searsex Lucifer. We have already felt the sincerity of the nine-tailed fox clan. She changed the subject, bowing slightly to the fox clan members, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Also, I apologize for my brother's recklessness just now, especially to the seventh elder. Then it's settled. Sarafal clapped her hands, her voice crisp. If you have any needs, just send someone to notify our underworld. As long as it is something we can help with, our underworld will certainly not hesitate to act. As her words finished, she bowed deeply to everyone, then straightened up and quickly caught up with Ren, who had already walked away. Left behind, only the Fox clan members remained, watching the backs of their group as they gradually faded into the distance. Sarafal quickly caught up with Lien, who had left first. Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness, without a trace of exasperation. My dear little brother, I was still talking, why did you run off? Won't you wait for your dear older sister? I ran so hard to catch up to you that my legs are almost aching. Lien paused, glanced at Sarafal, and said in a flat tone with a hint of teasing, Sister, if your legs ache after running such a short distance, you should just stay home in the underworld. That way, you wouldn't have to come out to be a diplomatic ambassador, nor would you have to take on the burden of being the underworld's head of diplomatic affairs. Looking at her little brother who was completely oblivious to romantic charm, Sarafal pouted in dissatisfaction and stamped her foot lightly. Oh my, Ren-kun, sometimes you and Sona-chan are truly cut from the same cloth. Can't you show a little concern for your dear sister? Concern. Lien raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying more exasperation. Sister, it's already generous of me not to settle scores with you for tricking me into fooling a feint. Do you know how much trouble it causes me to have my strength exposed in public? Sarafal, however, was completely unconcerned and lifted her chin righteously. My dear little brother, I did this for your own good. I don't want outsiders to keep thinking of you as a greenhouse flower that can only rely on the family and 2 older sisters for protection. I want them all to know that my brother has real ability. Looking at her righteous appearance, the slight frustration in Lien's heart instantly dissipated, and he could only compromise helplessly. All right, sister, I'll let it slide this time. If there is any plan next time, make sure to notify me in advance. Hearing her brother give in, Sarafal's face instantly beamed with joy, and she hurriedly stepped forward to hook her arm into his. Seeing this, Lien originally wanted to say, Lady sister, this is inappropriate, people are watching. But before he could get the words out, he met Sarafal's gaze. That look clearly gave a silent warning. If you dare say another word, I will be truly angry. Lien was helpless and could only let Sarafal hold his arm, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Seeing that he had finally settled down, a smug smile immediately spread across Sarafal's face, and she said in a light tone, That's right, cuddling with your sister like this is also a very good way to express our affection. Not far away, Elena and the others, who were following behind the two, happened to witness the entire scene. Lien hurriedly cast a look of help toward them. The group exchanged glances, looked at Serafal, who was holding Lien's arm with a coquettish expression, then looked at the helpless-looking Lien, and finally all looked away in unison. We didn't see anything. We really didn't see anything. Especially Ira, who simply put her hands behind her head, whistled a tuneless melody, and swayed her head to the rhythm while looking elsewhere, appearing completely indifferent and oblivious. Elena lowered her head, staring at the road beneath her feet without saying a word, while the remaining few looked around, pretending to gather together and chat. Watching this scene, Lien could only sigh in resignation and let his older sister hold his arm as they walked forward. As they walked, a system notification suddenly rang in Lien's mind, and the crisp, girlish voice sounded right on time. Ding, detected that the host is continuously receiving affection from their sister, rewarding emotion points. Because the sister's affection triggered a critical hit effect, the reward is doubled. 20,000 emotion points have been deposited into the host's system account. Lien sighed inwardly. This sister of mine really is giving benefits at every moment. But that's fine too. Things like emotion points, it would be a waste not to take them, and once you have them, you want more. After all, once enough points are saved up, next time he can exchange for strength equal to his second sister, Sona. Why not take advantage of such a good thing? Just as he was happily calculating, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Lien answered the phone, and Sona's slightly urgent voice immediately came through the receiver. Lien, what exactly happened over there? Are you and Lady Sister okay? Did some kind of accident occur? No accident, it's all resolved, Lien answered nonchalantly. Don't try to hide it from me. Sona's tone instantly became stern. Several teleportation circles appeared in the literature club, and Ira and the others were all teleported away. Do you think you can hide such a small matter from me? Lien's heart tightened abruptly, and he asked urgently, then, was Sister discovered by anyone? No. Sona's voice softened slightly, carrying a bit of helplessness. It's fortunate that they were all in the club at the time, otherwise it would have been really difficult for me to handle. Hearing this, Lien's heart, which had been hanging high, finally settled. Just as Sona was about to continue asking about Serafal's situation, the voice on the other end of the phone was suddenly snatched away. Serafal snatched the phone from Lien, turned on the speakerphone directly, and said in a light, slightly boastful tone, Sona-chan, I'm doing great right now, I'm on a date with Ren-kun. Sona on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked by this. A soft clatter was heard, as if something had hit the table, and her voice rose a few notches, full of disbelief. What? Lady Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? No, no. Lien hurriedly reached out to grab the phone, defending himself anxiously. Sister is just talking nonsense, it's not. Before he could finish his sentence, a beep 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 busy signal came from the receiver. Sona had already hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang again. This time it was a video call. Lien quickly answered and explained urgently to the screen. Second sister, eldest sister is just talking nonsense, there's really no such thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Serafal, who was beside him, deliberately leaned over, resting intimately on Lien's shoulder, and smiled at the camera with her eyes curved into crescents. Ren-kun is just shy, he's too embarrassed to say it out loud. Sona, on the other end of the phone, looked at the two in the frame, and black lines instantly covered her forehead. Her helpless yet slightly exasperated voice came through the screen. Lady Sister, you really are something, enough. Stop teasing Lien. Serafal, however, raised an eyebrow slyly and leaned closer to the lens to tease. Sona-chan, are you jealous? Sona was instantly choked into silence, her whole face almost covered in black lines. She coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Alright. Seeing that you're both fine, I'm relieved. As for the earlier matter, I've already handled it. I just said your literature club went out for a group activity, and I've applied for a 3-day vacation for you. That's all, I'm hanging up now. The moment the phone hung up, Sona on the other side sighed helplessly and muttered softly, "Sigh, sister is really something, she's always like this." On this side of the video, Sarah Fall put away her joking expression and turned to look at Lien. "Ren-kun, we are going to meet someone now." Lien was full of curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Haven't we finished our business? Who else do we need to see?" Sarah Fall, however, acted mysterious and kept him in suspense, reaching out to hold his wrist. "You'll know when we get there, just follow your sister and you'll be fine. Don't forget, you are now sister's exclusive bodyguard, my dear little brother." Lien sighed helplessly and could only obediently follow behind her. The two walked through a deep, quiet alley, at the end of which was a rather elegant-looking restaurant. Entering the restaurant and turning into the innermost private room, there was already a man inside with his back to them. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around, revealing a friendly smile. This person was none other than the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. Sarah Fall saw that the person who turned around was Azazel. After hesitating for a moment, she walked forward, her tone carrying a hint of apology. "Sorry, we're late." Azazel waved his hand, a kind smile still hanging on his face, his tone relaxed. It's fine. After all, you encountered trouble on your side too, didn't you? It's understandable. To be able to resolve it with so many people in such a short time is already quite good, wouldn't you say? Satan Leviathan. Sarah Fall chuckled upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Indeed, resolving these troubles in such a short time is a significant step forward for the underworld. But I don't think that's all the manpower they have. This group was clearly just cannon fodder used to test the waters. The old Satan faction isn't that stupid. Azazel rubbed his chin with one hand, nodded slowly after a moment of contemplation. "You're right." Sarah Fall looked up at him, her tone carrying a hint of probing. Then, "Lord Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels, I'm afraid you didn't ask us here just to tease us, did you? If that was your only intention, you would have appeared right from the start." Azazel's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, and then he shook his head with a laugh. "Since you've figured it out, I won't beat around the bush." Sarah Fall raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a touch of girlish playfulness mixed with seriousness. "I just feel a bit uncomfortable when people stare at me sometimes. After all, I am a beautiful girl. When I go out, I have to be constantly aware of what's behind me or around me. If I'm not careful one day, I wouldn't even know if I were attacked." Azazel laughed out loud upon hearing this, saying in a clear voice, "That's you, alright. I knew you would say something like that. But I don't think you'll be attacked. You won't just obediently be captured, and your brother will protect you, won't he?" At this moment, Azazel was wearing a pure black leather long coat, the cut neat and not dragging. The sturdy leather outlined his tall and straight figure. He wore a simple solid colored top underneath, paired with gray casual pants, and stepped into a pair of polished brown leather shoes. He had short black hair with a striking golden bang hanging over his forehead. The black goatee on his chin was neatly trimmed. When a smile played on the corners of his mouth, he looked no different from an ordinary human man, with none of the overwhelming presence of the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Lien, standing to the side listening to their conversation, stood quietly beside Sarah Fall, his gaze vigilantly sweeping across the surroundings of the private room, maintaining a guarded posture throughout. Azazel noticed Lien's guarded and cautious appearance and suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it seems your brother is very cautious, keeping such a close eye on even me." He waved his hand with a smile, his tone open and honest. "But don't worry, young man, I came alone, no one is following me, and I certainly won't make a move here. You can be 100% at ease." His tone shifted slightly, the smile on his face fading a bit, replaced by a touch of seriousness. I know you probably harbor some prejudice against the fallen angels. Those incidents were indeed caused by some defectors under my command. They don't listen to orders and go against my philosophy. Strictly speaking, this has to do with me, and I am trying to find ways to clean up these black sheep. Upon hearing this, Lien did not move an eyebrow, maintaining his previous posture, the vigilance in his eyes not relaxing in the slightest. Seeing this, a hint of amusement flashed in Azazel's eyes. He took 2 steps forward, his tone carrying a touch of teasing. Oh my, young man, don't be so tense. Wouldn't it be better to relax a little? Lien remained unmoved, merely speaking calmly, his tone quiet yet carrying an unquestionable prudence. One must always stay vigilant. After all, my sister and I just experienced an assassination attempt and nearly lost our lives on the spot. I cannot afford not to be cautious. He paused slightly, looking straight at Azazel, and added, of course, I am not doubting you, Lord Azazel. What I am worried about are those hidden in the shadows who intend to cause destruction. They will never miss such an excellent opportunity. Think about it. If they set an ambush here and could kill Satan Leviathan and the Governor General of the fallen angels on the spot, that would be a huge achievement for them. If I were in their position, I would never miss such an opportunity. Azazel heard this, and a flash of approval instantly appeared in his eyes. He laughed loudly. Kid, you are really cautious. But I like it. Caution in all things is the foundation of standing tall, especially for people in high positions like us. We cannot be careless at all. It seems you and the rumored good-for-nothing third son of the Sitri clan are not the same thing at all. As he spoke, his gaze crossed over Lien, landing on Elena and the others behind him, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. But there is one thing in the rumors that is true. Your peerage members are actually all girls. I have finally confirmed that with my own eyes today. I can only say, as expected of the third son of the Sitri clan, your charm is truly something else. Lien did not show any shyness, just nodded faintly, his tone composed. Thank you for the compliment, Governor General. I am just a little bit more handsome than others. When it comes to charm, you are no less than I am, Governor General. Azazel was amused by these words and laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha, young man, you really know how to talk. But seriously, this steady demeanor of yours has great potential. It has the same potential as that young man. Lien naturally knew he was referring to Hyodo Issei. Upon hearing this, he just shook his head slightly, his tone flat and waveless. No, 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 I am not the same as him. All I seek is to live a stable life. I don't have the ambition to become a harem king. Just then, Sarafal suddenly interrupted with a smile, her tone full of doting. Ren-kun, don't belittle yourself. You can do everything extremely well. After all, you are my dearest younger brother, and I have always thought highly of you. If you really have the heart to be a harem king, Big Sister can help you out at any time. Upon hearing this, Lien was instantly covered in black lines, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Azazel, standing by, was also stunned by Sarafal's words. He then raised his eyebrows and dragged out his tone with great interest. Oh. Lien quickly came back to his senses and looked at Sarafal helplessly. Big sister, please don't tease me. I just want to live a lazy life. As long as you and second sister are safe, I don't care about anyone else. In this life, as long as I can protect you and second sister, that's enough. For the rest of my days, I just want to live peacefully. Sarafal heard this and shook her head, feigning dissatisfaction. That won't do, Ren-kun. You can't be so lazy. Sooner or later, you will have to help Sona-chan manage the family affairs. Fine, fine, I know you won't listen to this right now. When you change your mind one day, we'll talk about this properly. After saying this, she turned to Azazel, bowed slightly in apology, her tone sincere. I hope you'll forgive this, Lord Azazel. Azazel quickly waved his hand and laughed loudly. No, no, the way you two siblings interact is quite interesting. Sarah Fall straightened up, her gaze shifting, and her tone became serious again. Then, we've finished with the small talk. Isn't it time to get to the main topic? Azazel reined in his smile, his expression turning a bit more serious. His gaze fell on Seraphal as he spoke slowly. You are not wrong. It is time we got down to business. He tapped his fingertips lightly against the edge of the table beside him, his tone becoming more solemn. But this meeting between you and me is enough to show that the ideals of your underworld reformist faction have truly been put into practice. Since that is the case, I won't beat around the bush. To tell you the truth, I have been staying in the human world for quite some time now. There is endless good wine here, and life is comfortable and carefree. I have truly experienced this comfort myself. The tone of his conversation shifted abruptly. He furrowed his brows slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yet, those disobedient subordinates of mine have somehow come to believe that I've gone missing, and they are causing quite a few unnecessary troubles outside. This is certainly not what I wanted. Come to think of it, this situation is quite similar to the entanglement between your underworld reformist faction and the old Satan faction, isn't it? You know as well as I do that some people are submissive to me on the surface but have long been harboring resentment in their hearts. That is the root cause of why the fallen angels are always causing trouble here in the human world. Sarah Fall listened quietly, her fingers interlaced on her lap. She then nodded slightly, her red lips parting. Indeed, one cannot see into another's heart, and those who are duplicitous are always the most troublesome. So, Governor, since you have come here this time, what is it that you want? Azazel raised a hand to interrupt her, a flash of sharp light passing through his eyes. His tone was firm and clear. I want to seek a way to remain in the human world legitimately. Lien, standing beside her, maintained his guarded posture. However, when he heard the words, legitimately, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. His gaze lingered on Azazel's face for a moment before quickly shifting away to scan the direction of the private room's doors and windows. A moment later, a meaningful smile curled the corners of Seraphall's lips. Legitimately. That is not an easy thing to do. After all, the human world has its own rules, and the existence of the underworld and the fallen angels is not something within their understanding. I am naturally aware of that. Azazel leaned back against the chair, his tone composed. That is why I came to find you, Satan Leviathan. The underworld reformist faction has always advocated for peaceful coexistence with all parties, a point that coincides with my own philosophy. I need a pretext that will allow me to stay in the human world openly without causing panic, and one that will also allow me to restrain those defecting subordinates. He paused for a moment and added, of course, I won't have you help for nothing. As long as we can reach a consensus, the fallen angels are willing to exchange intelligence with the underworld reformist faction and join forces to wipe out those clowns, whether they be from the old Satan faction or the defectors of the fallen angels. Hearing this, Sarah Fall's eyes curved, and her smile deepened slightly. It seems that you have really taken a liking to this place, Governor. Otherwise, you wouldn't have considered things so thoroughly and gone out of your way to invite us to such a high-end place to talk. Upon hearing this, Azazel hurriedly waved his hands, a somewhat endearing, naive smile appearing on his face, his tone filled with heartiness. Haha, no, 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 no. I just think that since I am asking for help, I should at least show some sincerity, that much sincerity is necessary. If I didn't even have that, wouldn't I be a fallen angel governor for nothing? Don't you agree? Sarah Fall was amused by his appearance and nodded repeatedly, indeed, indeed. She turned her head to look at Lien, who was still tense and on full alert behind her. Her tone softened instantly, carrying a hint of reassurance. Ren-kun, there is no need to be so nervous. There are no ambushes around here. You can completely relax and sit down. Only then did Lien slowly rein in his sharp aura. He walked with steady steps to sit beside Serafal, though his gaze still habitually swept across every corner of the private room. Seeing this, Azazel immediately raised his voice and called out toward the door, "Landlady! Bring out the food. Bring up all the good wine and dishes you have. Today, I am going to properly entertain two honorable guests." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something. His gaze swept over Elena and the others beside Lien, and he hurriedly added, "No, no, it should be several honorable guests. Bring whatever dishes are the best, and make it quick." Soon after, the landlady's respectful response came from outside the private room, "Respected sir, I will arrange it for you immediately." Before long, a dazzling array of dishes was served on the table, with meat and vegetables well balanced, and the aroma was mouth-watering. Azazel raised his hand with a smile and enthusiastically greeted everyone, "Come, come, come. These are all the signature dishes of this restaurant. The taste is superb, you all must try them. And this wine, it has good age and a rich aroma. It is a fine vintage I specifically asked them to save." Seeing this, Serafal smiled gently and waved her hand slightly. "Thank you for your kindness, Governor, but I will just have a drink." She paused, then shifted the topic, her eyes carrying a knowing smile. "Come to think of it, with such generous hospitality from you, Governor, it makes it hard for me to refuse. If you want to stay in the human world for a long time and make it convenient to act, I can indeed introduce you to a place." She deliberately drew out her tone, a hint of craftiness flashing in the depths of her eyes. "I just don't know if you are willing to lower yourself to it. After all, you are the dignified governor of the fallen angels." Azazel raised an eyebrow, his fingertips tapping nonchalantly on the edge of the table twice, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Oh. What kind of place is it? It would be best if it allowed me to live without being monitored by others while still being able to live a leisurely and carefree life. Does such a good place exist?" Serafal slowly and methodically picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before speaking slowly. "The place naturally exists, but I still need to make some arrangements, so I cannot let you move in immediately." Upon hearing this, Azazel breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against his chair in a relaxed manner, waving his hand with a laugh. "No problem, no problem, I am not in a hurry. The place I am staying at now is still passable. After all, the rent has already been paid, so I can't let it go to waste. Moving out before the time is up would be too much of a loss." Serafal smiled, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc. Indeed, having paid the rent and not staying for the full term, anyone would feel reluctant. "To put myself in your shoes, it is like someone who has gone out to work but whose job is not yet stable. With not much spare money in hand, how could they possibly drop everything and act rashly based solely on someone's empty, unproven promise?" Azazel was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then threw his head back and laughed, snapping his fingers lightly against the edge of the table. "Oh my, our Satan Leviathan is truly just like the rumors say. You love to make these kinds of jokes that bring a knowing smile to one's face. However, what you said makes some sense. My current situation is really quite similar to what you described. Those annoying official duties have long since worn me out, and coming out here to live a few days of a leisurely and carefree life is my true purpose." The smile on Serafal's face faded slightly, and a flash of sharp, all-seeing insight flickered in her eyes, though her tone remained light. "Governor, that is a bit too formal of you. Your purpose is likely not just to seek leisure, is it? You are clearly waiting for those who harbor resentment toward you to jump out on their own, and then, using that as a pretext, you intend to clear them out bit by bit." Upon hearing this, the smile on Azazel's face did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it carried a hint of open playfulness as he frankly admitted, "Indeed. Nowadays, all parties emphasize peaceful coexistence, and with their temperament, they will sooner or later cause me big trouble in the shadows. Rather than waiting for them to cause a catastrophe, it is better to find an opportunity to completely eradicate them. After all, the current era is no longer the age of the past where one could launch wars at will. Once a war starts, the three realms will not be at peace. Don't you agree that this is the logic? Sarah Fall nodded in agreement, her tone becoming more solemn. You are right. And now that a non-aggression consensus has long been reached between all races, if we were to ignite the flames of war again just for a few disobedient small fry, it wouldn't just be the human world that suffers. The underworld, the fallen angels, the heaven, and even the north, would likely take the opportunity to get involved. The situation at that point would definitely not be the result we want. She paused, her gaze darkening. After all, the philosophy of Lord Sears ex Lucifer is precisely to let all races coexist harmoniously. If it were not for this, we would not have gone to such great lengths to clear out the threats posed by the old Satan faction to all parties. Just like that, the group ate and chatted, gradually finalizing the many details regarding their cooperation, and ultimately reached a consensus. 3 rounds of drinks had passed, and most of the dishes on the table were gone. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the details of their cooperation had been almost entirely finalized. Azazel set down his glass, his fingertips tracing the rim. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at Sarah Fall with keen interest, his tone playful. By the way, there's one thing I've always been curious about. This younger brother of yours clearly possesses remarkable strength, yet he insists on playing the part of a shiftless young master in front of others, spending his days doing nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. As his older sister, aren't you even a little bit worried? Aren't you afraid that his behavior will tarnish the reputation of the Sitri clan? If it really comes to that, the face of the Sitri clan might not look too good, right? Upon hearing this, Sarah Fall merely picked up a pastry in a leisurely manner, took a light bite, and then raised her eyes to look at him, a faint but firm smile blooming on her lips. I don't believe that others can casually slander the entire Sitri clan just based on my brother's conduct. She paused, a flash of knowing insight crossing her eyes, her tone carrying an unquestionable composure. Besides, how would these outsiders understand the things my brother does? How would they know? It's simply impossible. Don't you agree, Governor Azazel? After hearing this, Azazel immediately threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. He set down his glass, pointed at Sarah Fall, and spoke with admiration. You really are as headstrong as ever. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping behind your back, saying that you'd do anything just to protect your brother? Sarah Fall's smile didn't fade as she continued the conversation. Besides, Governor, you've seen it yourself. My brother's strength isn't as pathetic as the rumors suggest. I just want him to do what he likes. After all, he's the only male heir in the Sitri clan. If I push him too hard, it will likely only backfire. Beside her, Lien raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly upon hearing his sister's words, muttering to himself, I thought my sister was really letting me laze around at home. I didn't expect her to have seen through my disguise all along. I was the one being clever for nothing. On second thought, he felt relieved. As one of the current pillars of the Sitri clan, his sister's insight was naturally extremely sharp. How could such a small trick escape her? Thinking this, he remained calm on the surface, but he had already calmly accepted the fact in his heart. Azazel nodded in agreement, tapping his fingertips lightly against the rim of his glass. You're right. With his level of strength, if he doesn't hide his edge a bit, no matter how deep the foundation of the Sitri clan is, it's inevitable that those malicious devil families will find leverage and gossip behind your back. That would hardly be worth the trouble. Lien finally spoke, his voice steady but carrying an unquestionable force. My own affairs will never implicate the family or bring shame to the Sitri clan. Furthermore, I wouldn't go out of my way to provoke others without reason. I have only one goal, for me and my family to live in peace. If anyone with no sense dares to touch my family, they will surely pay an unexpected price. Hearing this, Azazel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared intently at Lien for several seconds, and only after a long while did he chuckle, adding a touch of genuine approval to his tone. Oh my, I didn't expect the third young master of the Sitri clan to be so protective. Both of you siblings are truly quite extraordinary. Sarah Fall's smile deepened upon hearing this, her tone filled with undisguised pride. Need you ask? After all, he's my dear brother. If anything were to happen to his sister, he would surely fly into a rage and turn the world upside down. Lien couldn't help but roll his eyes, his tone helpless as he exposed her. Sister, I wasn't even going to bring up the time you fooled fainting to trick me. But since you put it that way, I'm reminded of it again. Shouldn't we have a serious talk about the account of you deceiving me back then? The smile on Sarah Fall's face stiffened. She quickly dropped her proud demeanor, pouted at Lien, and acted spoiled in a soft, sweet voice. Oh my, Ren-kun, don't keep holding onto your sister's little mistakes like that. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a chance to make it up to you later, okay? Watching this back and forth between the siblings, Azazel nearly spat out the wine he had just taken into his mouth. He waved his hands quickly, laughing helplessly. Oh my, you two, please stop putting on this display of sibling affection in front of me. I'm getting goosebumps. Lien was the first to react. He quickly stood up to apologize, his tone polite and somewhat resigned. Please excuse us, Governor Azazel. My sister is just like this, she often acts out like this. Azazel waved his hand, his smile undiminished, his tone playful. Not at all, not at all. I'm just quite curious about how you two get along. It's a good thing to be close, why would that be laughable? But speaking of which, I am quite interested in you. In the eyes of others, you're the idle third young master of the Sitri clan, always surrounded by female retainers, looking like a good-for-nothing playboy. Anyone who sees you would think you're just a straw bag relying on your family's backing. But who would have thought that you were ridiculously strong in private? This contrast has really piqued my interest. He changed the subject and added with a smile. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone your secret. After all, everyone has a side they want to hide, don't they? Hearing this, Sarah Fall turned and patted the shoulder of Lien beside her, her tone firm and somewhat reassuring. Don't worry, Ren-kun. Governor Azazel is always a man of his word. If he says he won't tell, he absolutely won't reveal a single word. You can rest easy. As soon as she finished speaking, Azazel raised his voice and called out to the door. Landlady, check, please. After calling out, he absent-mindedly patted his pockets, his fingertips circling the empty pockets. The smile on his face instantly froze, and he then showed a slightly awkward expression, looking sheepishly at the siblings. Do you guys have any money on you? Upon hearing this, Lien and Sarah Fall were both stunned. They both hung their mouths open, dumbfounded, at a loss for words to break the sudden awkwardness. In their hearts, the same thought emerged in disbelief. The dignified governor of the fallen angels actually didn't bring money when going out to eat. This was just too absurd. Looking at the dumbfounded pair, Azazel let out two dry laughs, raised his hand to scratch his head, his face full of embarrassment. I was in a rush to come to the appointment today, afraid of missing out on a great show, and I didn't even notice I'd forgotten my wallet. This flustered look of his really didn't seem like he was fooling it. Sarah Fall finally recovered, couldn't help but chuckle, and waved her hand, her tone very generous. It's fine, it's fine. Let us treat you to this meal. After all, since you, Governor, specifically chose so many delicious dishes, we should show a little appreciation in return. The embarrassment on Azazel's face faded a little, and he showed an apologetic smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. Next time I remember to bring money, I will definitely return the favor. No need to be so formal. Sarah Fall's eyes curved into crescents, her tone light and airy. How about this? Next time, you can treat the three of us siblings to a meal, and we'll call it even. All right, Azazel quickly agreed, the smile on his face becoming a bit more genuine. Next time for sure, we'll gather properly next time. As she spoke, Seraphal turned to look at Lien beside her and instructed naturally, Ren-kun, go settle the bill. Once Ren's figure had completely disappeared outside the private room door, the lively clamor that had filled the room faded away significantly. Seraphal picked up the slightly cooled tea from the table, her fingertips brushing gently against the rim of the cup. She looked up at Azazel, who was sitting quietly opposite her, her tone calm but tinged with a sense of understanding. Governor, since you specifically stayed until now, I'm afraid you have something else to say, don't you? Hearing this, Azazel let out a low chuckle and tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop, a flash of approval crossing his eyes. Oh my, as expected of Satan Leviathan, your mind is truly sharp. You can't be fooled by such a small matter. He paused for a moment, leaning forward slightly, his tone becoming more serious. I was hesitating whether to bring it up, but since you've asked, I'll be direct. I've observed your younger brother, and his strength is truly impressive. He is a rare talent. However, in the future, I fear he may encounter some troubles, both big and small. As his voice trailed off, Azazel changed the subject, his gaze burning as he looked at Seraphal. Speaking of which, there is actually something I would like to ask your precious brother to help me with. Seraphal remained as calm and composed as before upon hearing this. She put down her teacup, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her lips. As for that, you actually don't need to ask me. She nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of confident amusement. Just go directly to my dear brother. Oh. Azazel raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Aren't you always very protective of this brother? Aren't you afraid that when I'm alone with him, I might make a move against him? He leaned back against the chair, his tone carrying a playful sense of pressure. With your brother's current strength, while he may be able to defeat many devils, he is still a cut below me. Are you really not worried at all? Seraphal suddenly chuckled upon hearing this, her eyes curving, filled with confident composure. I don't think a governor would make a move against a junior. She paused, a gleam of cunning flashing in her eyes. Besides, if you really wanted to do something, you would have found an opportunity earlier. Why would you need to specifically greet me about it? She spread her hands, her tone teasing. If you really wanted to scheme, wouldn't it be more convenient to find a way to get me away and leave my brother here alone? After hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but laugh out loud. He held up a finger to Seraphal, his tone filled with genuine admiration. As expected of you, possessing both courage and boldness. Not bad, not bad. As his laughter subsided, he reined in the smile on his face, his expression becoming serious again. To be honest, I do indeed have an important matter that I would like to entrust to your brother. Just as the two were talking, Ren had finished paying the bill and pushed the door open to walk back into the private room. Seraphal looked up and saw Ren returning, immediately speaking. Ren-kun, Governor Azazel has an important matter and would like to speak with you privately. Ren followed his sister's gaze and glanced at Elena, Ira, and the others beside him. Just as he was about to raise his hand to signal them to leave first, he was interrupted by Azazel. No need for the trouble, let the servants stay. They are all people by your side, and I trust them. Seraphal nodded gently at Ren upon hearing this. Then Ren-kun, sister will wait for you outside. After you finish talking, you still have other things to take care of. Ren nodded and watched his sister leave. The private room went quiet for a moment, with only Azazel, Ren, and his 5 servants remaining. After sitting quietly for a few minutes, Ren was the first to break the silence. He looked directly at the governor of the fallen angels opposite him and asked in a calm tone, I wonder, Governor, what important matter you have for keeping me here alone. Hearing this, Azazel first examined Ren carefully before speaking slowly, his tone filled with undisguised admiration. Young man, you are truly extraordinary. You have strength and, even more, a sense of propriety. Someone like you is rare. not just in the underworld, but even across other realms. Ren showed a modest smile upon hearing this and replied in a calm tone, Governor, you overpraise me, I'm afraid I've made you laugh. I am merely a wealthy young man relying on the halo of my two sisters. He paused, a trace of seriousness flitting across his eyes. Furthermore, with my parents still alive, I have no desire to stir up trouble. As I said before, I only wish for my family and myself to be safe and sound. Azazel's eyes flashed with deep meaning after hearing this. He stared at Ren for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Your thinking is fine, kid, but some people won't let you off so easily. Take the old Satan faction, for example, you should be aware that they hate you reformists to the bone and are just dying for a chance to get rid of you. Ren's eyes turned cold, but there wasn't a hint of fear in his tone as he said indifferently, then I'll just kill them one by one as they come. Azazel chuckled and shook his head, his tone tinged with teasing, no wonder. The Sitri clan only has one son in you. Naturally, Duke Sitri and your two sisters would spoil you to the heavens and indulge you in everything. Ren was slightly taken aback by this and asked subconsciously, Governor, do you know my father? I know him, of course I do. Azazel nodded, his tone carrying a sense of reminiscence. In the past, to handle some underworld affairs, I met with him quite a few times. He changed the subject, his tone adding a hint of curiosity. Speaking of which, I wonder how he is doing these days. Father and mother are both well, Ren answered truthfully. It's just that they have long since set aside family trifles and have gone traveling together. There hasn't been any definite news, so I don't know when they will return. Upon hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but chuckle, his tone filled with understanding. That really is your father's personality, as unrestrained as ever. Ren looked at Azazel's half-smiling expression, his eyes darkening slightly, and he was the first to break the brief silence. Governor, we have been talking for so long. Is this all you wanted to say to me? I'm afraid things are not that simple, right? Hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but clap his hands, the admiration in his eyes deepening, truly sharp. Now I am even more certain that you are by no means the idle third young master of the Sitri clan as rumored. He changed the subject, leaning forward slightly, his tone carrying a touch of serious recruitment. To be honest, I really appreciate you. Why don't you go back and tell your family, and join my fallen angels faction directly? How about it? Ren was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly waved his hand, his tone filled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lord Azazel, please don't make such jokes. I am a pure-blooded devil, going to serve in the fallen angels faction. No matter how you think about it, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Being rejected to his face, Azazel couldn't help but let out two dry laughs, raising his hand to scratch his head, his face revealing a bit of embarrassment. Oh my, that really is quite ruthless. He reined in the smile on his face, his expression becoming serious again, and nodded slightly toward Ren. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I do indeed have an important matter that I would like to entrust to you. As Azazel finished speaking, the air in the private room seemed to freeze for a moment. Lien Sitri sat upright in his seat, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the handle of his teacup. The polite smile on his lips remained, but a flash of realization and vigilance darted through the depths of his eyes. It's finally here, he thought to himself. This governor of the fallen angels had taken such a long detour, from testing his strength to reminiscing about his father, then to feigning recruitment. After all that build-up, he had finally revealed his true intentions. But what exactly did he want to ask of him? Given Azazel's status and strength, any matter that could make him feel troubled, let alone require him to personally ask for help, within the underworld or even the three realms, was surely no trivial affair. Could it be related to those ancient beings? Or perhaps it involved core secrets regarding the balance of the three realms. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet Lien Sitri remained composed on the surface, waiting quietly for what came next. Azazel took in the subtle changes in his expression and nodded inwardly, though his face displayed a slightly helpless, bitter smile. He leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more solemn. Young man, there is no need to be so nervous. My request is actually not too complicated. He paused, gathering his thoughts, and spoke slowly. It's like this. I have some unruly fellows among my subordinates. To be precise, they are a few rogue fallen angels. They seem to have set their sights on Kuo Academy and might be active around the school in the near future, possibly even doing things to disrupt the order. Azazel's tone carried a hint of a headache. I cannot get away for the time being, and it is inconvenient for me to directly intervene in the affairs inside or around the school, lest I cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Having said this, he looked at Lien Sitri with burning eyes, his tone sincere. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. If those guys really stir up trouble around Kuo Academy, please step in and handle them for me. The private room instantly fell into a dead silence. The expression on Lien Sitri's face stiffened. Those eyes, which usually carried a hint of a lazy smile, now revealed a rare, genuine sense of astonishment and confusion. Suspecting he had misheard, he subconsciously confirmed. Governor Azazel, did you not misspeak? Azazel raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Why should a pure-blooded devil like me handle defectors from within your fallen angels? Lien Sitri's tone held a hint of wry amusement. With your strength, wouldn't it be easy to just dispatch a capable subordinate or even handle it yourself? Why go to such lengths to ask an outsider, like me? You must be joking. Lien Sitri ranted internally. His ultimate goal was to live a life of leisure, to be a carefree, loafing third young master of the Sitri clan, drinking tea, enjoying the scenery, and spending time with his family every day. How pleasant that would be. But now, Azazel actually wanted him to deal with defecting fallen angels. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Those who could defect from under the governor's command were definitely not to be underestimated, and there might be complex forces and grudges involved behind the scenes. If he actually intervened, wouldn't he be putting himself on the spot? No, absolutely not. He couldn't avoid such troublesome matters fast enough. Why would he ever voluntarily get involved? His leisurely life as a young master must not be ruined by such things. Azazel seemed to have anticipated this reaction and was not surprised. Instead, he chuckled lowly and shook his head. You kid, you are quite shrewd. He explained, if I directly send someone, the commotion would be too great, inevitably alarming others in the academy and perhaps even raising the vigilance of other factions. Moreover, those defectors are elusive, and the people I send might not be able to track them down. But you are different. Azazel's gaze fell on Lien Sitri, carrying a hint of approval. You are already a student at Kuo Academy, your identity is discreet, and it is convenient for you to act. More importantly, your strength is sufficient, dealing with those guys will be more than enough for you. He paused and added, of course, I won't let you work for nothing. After the matter is settled, I will give you a generous reward, whether it's rare items, precious information, or anything else you desire, as long as I can manage it, it's all negotiable. Upon hearing this, Lien Sitri just glanced at him indifferently, his heart completely unmoved. A reward. What had the third young master of the Sitri clan ever lacked? Let alone those rare items and information, even legendary sacred gears could be obtained for him by the system. The generous reward, in Azazel's mouth was, in his eyes, nothing more than dispensable trifles, hardly worth sacrificing his leisurely life to invite a pile of unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, he knew very well that once he accepted this reward, it would mean being formally entangled with Azazel, and he would likely be pestered endlessly by this governor of the fallen angels under various pretexts, never knowing a day of peace. He now only wanted to end this conversation quickly, leave this private room, and get as far away from Azazel as possible, so he wouldn't be pestered further and create more complications. However, He also knew that since Azazel had personally asked for help with the dignity of a governor, his posture was already extremely low. If he were to flatly refuse on the spot, it would appear too heartless. If word got out, the various factions of the three realms might criticize the offspring of the Sitri clan for being arrogant, rude, and inflexible, unnecessarily bringing charges of arrogance upon the family. Moreover, since those defecting fallen angels had set their sights on Kuo Academy, there was no guarantee they wouldn't affect the people around him. If something really happened, he, the third young master of the Sitri clan, probably wouldn't be able to stay completely out of it. For a moment, Lien Sitri's inner self was caught in an intense internal struggle. On one side was his leisurely, comfortable life of doing nothing and the desire to escape as soon as possible. On the other was the potential trouble and danger, as well as the face of Azazel, which he had to consider. He looked up at Azazel across from him. The other party was watching him with a half smile, as if he had already seen through his thoughts. The movement of Lien Sitri's fingertips tracing the cup slowed, and a flash of calculation crossed the depths of his eyes. He sat quietly for a moment, and a conclusion had already formed in his mind. Even if those defectors really did affect Kuo Academy, with his own strength and the system's support, it would be enough to resolve things quickly. There was no need to take on this trouble in advance. By contrast, a direct refusal would be cleaner. He wouldn't be tied to Azazel's boat, and if he really had to act in the future, he could do as he pleased without having to consider any favors or promises. Having thought this through, the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished into thin air. "I'm sorry, Governor," Lien Sitri said, turning around with a tone carrying just the right amount of apology and helplessness. He bowed slightly. "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but my strength is truly limited, and I fear I am not up to the task." He looked up at Azazel, his eyes filled with genuine distress. "You also know that my elder sister is very strict with my upbringing. If she were to find out that I intervened in the internal affairs of the fallen angels, I would inevitably receive a severe reprimand. What's more troublesome is that if my second sister were to target me because of this, my movements would be restricted in the future. Not only would I be unable to help you, but I might even ruin the governor's plans because of my own situation. Therefore, I am afraid I cannot help with this matter, and I ask for the governor's understanding." Having finished speaking, he said no more. He gestured lightly to Elena, Ira, and the others nearby, and ordered in a light tone, "Let's go." With that, he turned around first and walked toward the door of the private room, as if he had merely refused a trivial matter, not wanting to give Azazel any chance to ask him to stay. Lien's left foot had just crossed the threshold of the private room, his right still suspended in midair, when Azazel's meaningful chuckle came from behind. "No need to be in such a rush to leave. Why don't we discuss this a bit more? After all, I've never liked being too conspicuous. Compared to standing in the spotlight, a free and easy life suits me much better." Pausing, Lien slowly turned to the side. The polite smile on his lips remained, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. "If even the Governor General longs for a free and easy life, do you really think I would be willing to disrupt my own leisurely days for the internal affairs of you fallen angels?" Upon hearing this, Azazel didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even more composedly. He walked forward slowly, hands in his pockets, a flash of slyness in his eyes. "That goes without saying, why would I force anyone? However, everything is open to negotiation, and I can consider your conditions. Rest assured, with your strength, dealing with those defectors would be a mere trifle. I can guarantee it won't cause you too much trouble." At this point, his tone shifted abruptly. His gaze locked tightly onto Lien, his voice carrying a deliberate playfulness as he emphasized the last few words. "Don't you agree? The third young master of the Sitri clan, Lien Sitri. Oh wait, perhaps I should address you as the Azure Dragon King instead." Boom! These words exploded in Lien's mind like a thunderclap. His aura instantly froze, but the expression on his face remained unchanged, still as calm and collected as before. He turned around nonchalantly, his tone carrying a perfectly measured amount of confusion and curiosity, a faint smile even lingering on his lips. What is the Governor General talking about? I have no idea what you mean. What Azure Dragon King? I've never even heard of it. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Azazel, his eyes clear as if he truly knew nothing about this title. Is the Governor General talking about some secret? Or are you telling me the target you intend to deal with? He. The atmosphere in the private room instantly dropped to freezing point. Elena and Ira also sensed that something was wrong, standing to the side with tense expressions, not daring to make a sound. Meeting Leon's seemingly harmless gaze, Azazel continued to smile lightly, as if he had merely stated the most ordinary fact. Azazel cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the room. His tone was casual, yet every word was piercing. Young man, I know you have many secrets. The identity of the Azure Dragon King alone might not pose much of a threat to you. His tone shifted, a glint of slyness flashing in his eyes. However, I remember very clearly that business where you used my subordinate's name to fob off Rias Grimori. If I were to tell Sears X Lucifer about this, how do you think he, as the current Mao of the underworld, would view you, the third young master of the Sitri clan who impersonated the name of the fallen angels? How would you handle yourself then? Beside them, Ira, Greta, and the others changed expressions instantly. Their eyes became incredibly vigilant, staring fixedly at the leisurely Azazel, their hands already quietly resting on their weapons. In the end, Lien compromised. He stopped and, with his back to Azazel, asked in a tone that betrayed no emotion. Then, Governor General, how did you know about that? Azazel smiled, his tone relaxed and at ease. To tell you the truth, I was watching from the shadows when you saved that young man, the Red Dragon Emperor. I was quite curious at the time that you could come up with such a method to dispel Rias Grimori's suspicions. I became interested in you right then. The reason I sought your help is because I value this about you. You have strength but don't flaunt it, and you have brains. But rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Upon hearing this, Ira immediately stepped forward, shielding Leon's side. Her gaze was sharp, and her tone carried obvious resentment. According to what you're saying, you intend to use this matter to threaten Lord Lien, right? Seeing the tense, guarded posture of Ira, Elena, and the others, Azazel didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. Oh my, it seems your subordinates are quite protective of you. He waved his hand, his tone softening slightly. No need to be so panicked, little lady. I have no ill intentions, this was just a last resort. After all, if I didn't bring this up, you wouldn't seriously consider helping me, would you? So I guarantee here that I will absolutely not tell anyone. Azazel put away his smile, his expression becoming uncharacteristically serious. I give you my word. Hearing this, Lien shook his head helplessly and turned around, his tone carrying a touch of honest concern. Governor General, first let me state that I do not intend to shirk responsibility, but there are times when I truly cannot get away. After all, I cannot run around too conspicuously, and I certainly cannot keep hiding these dangerous activities from my second sister. Upon hearing this, Azazel waved his hand dismissively, a sly smile appearing on his face. No worries, I've already considered that. I've also invited another helper who can assist you. He will step in when you are unavailable. However, that kid isn't as steady as you, he's always liked running around and can't sit still. Azazel deliberately drew out his tone, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. I don't need to say it, you've probably guessed who it is, right? Leon's eyes flickered, and he replied without hesitation. You must be talking about Valley, the current host of the White Dragon Emperor. Hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but clap his hands, exclaiming in admiration. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. On the surface, you look idle and indifferent to everything, but deep down, you have already thoroughly investigated the movements of all the various factions. He looked at Lien, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. It seems the rumors outside about the Sitri clan's third young master being lazy and incompetent have greatly underestimated you. The Governor General is too kind. Lien replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, his tone flat and waveless. Since the matter of our cooperation has been settled, I shall take my leave now. Very well, I won't see you out. Azazel replied with a smile. Thank you for the meal today. When there's a chance in the future, I will definitely return the favor. He did not intend to press him to stay longer. After all, everything had been laid out, and his objective had been achieved. Keeping Lien here any longer would only seem deliberate. Moreover, he knew that Sarafal was waiting outside the door, and that Sister Complex Mao did not have much patience. Lien smiled, a flash of deep meaning in his eyes, his tone peaceful yet carrying an unmistakable certainty. Then, Governor General, we shall take our leave. But I believe we will meet again very soon. With those words, he turned around and, taking Elena, Ira, Greta, and the others with him, walked straight out of the private room. Azazel stood where he was, watching their backs disappear at the doorway, the smile on his lips gradually deepening. Once the footsteps had completely faded away, he slowly reined in his smile and murmured a single sentence, his tone filled with intriguing interest. This kid from the Sitri clan really is interesting. Lien led Elena, Ira, Greta, and the others, walking steadily out of the private room. Passing through the corridor all the way to the hotel entrance, the night outside was cool, with sparse lights. Not until they stepped out of the entrance did Ira finally fail to hold back the doubts in her heart. She quickly took a step forward and lowered her voice to speak. Lord Lien, why did you agree to him so easily? Aren't you afraid that the governor of the fallen angels is setting a trap? Think about it, is it possible that he is just using us to help him eliminate his internal rivals? Lien paused his steps, turned his head to glance at her, his expression remaining calm. Governor Azazel shouldn't be that kind of person. He shook his head lightly, his tone firm. With his strength, if he really wanted to clean up defectors, there would be no need to go through such a big detour, nor would he need to drag us into it. You heard him just now. He said the White Dragon Emperor will also assist. He paused and continued to explain. This shows that his partners are not just us. Precisely because of this, his motives are justifiable and not entirely out of self-interest. I have heard rumors from the outside before that ever since this person took over the position of governor, his whereabouts have been erratic year-round, causing dissatisfaction among many within the Fallen Angels faction. Now it seems he did this on purpose. Lien's gaze looked toward the distant night, his voice light yet clear. What he wants is just to clear out the worms inside the fallen angels, nothing more. Helping him is not a bad thing. But if we were to refuse directly, the consequences would be very serious, and I fear the secrets we carry would not be kept safe. Ira frowned deeply, still puzzled. Then just fight him. With your strength, Lord Lien, can't you deal with him? Upon hearing this, Lien suddenly chuckled and shook his head lightly again. I really can't beat him. His tone was frank, without any unwillingness. In the private room just now, you could also feel the aura he released. With my current strength, the gap between us is too far. He hides too deeply, so deep that even I cannot see through him. And in his heart, Lien silently added. Just kidding. That is Governor Azazel of the Fallen Angels, a person who personally developed countless artificial sacred gears and can even forge equipment on the level of the Fallen Dragon's Downfall Dragon Spear or the Dragon Slayer Sword of Light and Darkness. How terrifying is that? With my current strength, even with the system's support, if we really were to fight, I would have to peel off a layer of skin. Hearing Lien say this, Ira's eyes moved slightly. Her eyes, which had different colors on the left and right, one red, one light blue, blinked gently, and contemplation welled up in her heterochromatic pupils. Is he really that terrifying? Elena, who was on the side, spoke up at the right time to add, I also sensed it. This person's strength is definitely not below Lord Seraphal, and it is even possible that he is stronger. Therefore, Leon's approach is correct. Unless necessary, we must never come into conflict with him. Moreover, his attitude is amiable, and his goal is only to clear out the worms within the fallen angels. This point coincides with the philosophy of our Reformist faction. She paused and continued in a steady tone. Based on my observation of him just now, he is also a person who loves peace. At least from the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems working with him. At this moment, Greta, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Lord Lien, I feel that what we should be most concerned about right now is not the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, but the current host of the White Dragon Emperor he mentioned, Valley. We don't know what kind of person he is. If some accident happens halfway, we don't even know what kind of person he is, so how should we prevent it? I'm afraid that he might be a person who is both righteous and evil. That would be troublesome. Lien nodded slightly upon hearing this, thinking to himself, this Greta really dares to guess, but he actually guessed it right. In his original knowledge, the current host of the White Dragon Emperor, Valley, is indeed both righteous and evil. Whichever side is at a disadvantage, he will stand on that side. What he pursues is never justice, but the excitement and pleasure brought by battle. This point indeed needs more attention. After all, the White Dragon Emperor's strength cannot be underestimated, and he is the biggest variable in this cooperation. On the surface, he just said calmly. Greta is absolutely right, we must be careful. After all, we haven't met him in person yet, and we don't know his personality or style of doing things. In short, take it one step at a time and do what we are supposed to do. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them back. Greta, Elena, Ira, and the others nodded. That's absolutely right. We just need to be careful, and the rest depends on how things develop. Lien waved his hand and said with a chuckle, all right, let's end the heavy topics here. Sister might still be waiting for us not far away. If we keep her waiting for too long, you guys will be fine, but I might be in trouble. As he said this, he led everyone away slowly. At the same time, under the tree shade in the distance, a young figure with silver white hair was leaning. He was wearing a trench coat, with a handsome face, and was standing side by side with Azazel under the tree, talking. Azazel asked first, how about it, Valley, what do you think of that person? Valley's tone was flat. I can't see through him yet, but I can vaguely feel that he is very strong and very suitable to be my opponent. He paused and added, compared to this, I am more interested in the current host of the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel frowned slightly upon hearing this. The current host of the Red Dragon Emperor will take some time to encounter. You aren't planning on going to find trouble with him directly, are you? Valley's tone was cold. I'm not that stupid. I won't go looking for an opponent who has no resistance against me. Azazel chuckled. That's really your style. However, don't mess around. Valley said indifferently. Don't forget, we are only in a cooperative relationship. We agreed beforehand that I won't completely listen to your commands. I will only help you when I think the time is right. My goal has always been to find opponents who can satisfy me, not to do things for you. You had better remember this clearly. Azazel sighed helplessly. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Lord White Dragon Emperor. In his words, there was helplessness, but also a few parts of respect. Valley just snorted lightly and didn't say anything more. After a while, Azazel asked at the right time, don't you plan to do something? Are you going to be like the hosts of the White Dragon Emperor Albion throughout the ages and determine who is superior with the host of the Red Dragon Emperor Didrag? Valley said softly, this kind of thing is fate from the start. This is the fate of the hosts of the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, and it is also what they have always pursued, isn't it? Even if I want to break it, it's not that easy. Besides, I enjoy this way of fighting, getting stronger when encountering the strong, constantly tempering myself to be stronger. Perhaps, I could even become the strongest one among the hosts of the White Dragon Emperor throughout the ages. When the White Dragon Emperor completely defeats the Red Dragon Emperor in the future and stands at the top of this world, I might even be able to pursue even stronger existences, or perhaps even encounter the legendary Dragon God. After listening, Azazel took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Since I can't persuade you, I won't persuade you anymore. In short, I'll leave the next matters to you. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. After finishing, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Valley also moved his body and completely disappeared into the night's tree shade. That's the end of part 4. Part 5 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.